and welcome to the Eaton Grange Estate, episode 9, I believe. That means this is the final episode where we have a split cast, and we will have the final 3 episodes all together as one giant cast. It's sure to be filled with great drama, so if that intrigues you, stick around. It's going to be a lot of fun. And of course, before we get into the show, we will be, going through our little intros. So I'm just going to do those quick. But look at these lovely faces. Look at how amazing their costumes look. How are you guys doing today?
Living the dream.
If the dream is getting insulted by me for 3 hours, I think this is going to be good.
Heck yeah.
All right, well, before the insulting comes, let's say some nice words to our sponsors. So first and foremost, let's thank Roll20 for sponsoring us. We super duper appreciate them. If you watch our Thursday show, you'll see more of their stuff in action. We have all of our dice, all of the cool macros that we run. If you look at our map and how our reputation is on our screen and all of those things, those are all done through Roll20. And you can do non-dice games as well. You could do board games, you could do card games, so whatever it is, it's just a great way to collaborate online with people from all over the world and play games together, because that brings goodness to the soul. And of course, today's supporter is Thunder Cabbage, so thank you so much, Thunder Cabbage. Gotta have a little lightning sound effect for you. Thank you so much for supporting today's episode, and you too can become a supporter by heading on over to our Patreon over Roll For It, patreon.com/Roll For It. And not only do you support us and allow us to pay our amazing cast members, but you also get some cool rewards in return, like our Ascension custom magic items, our monthly recap that is coming out soon, and of course new letters from Eaton Grange that come out every Friday. Some of them aren't letters, some are articles in the newspaper, others are journal entries, so you get a little surprise. There have definitely been some that have not been read yet, so if you are privy to that information, shh, don't share it yet. It's a secret. And of course, you can become Legend tier and above, and that allows you to play in a private game. This month is going to be GM'd by the Noir, Enigma, and he's going to be playing some fun stuff with folks. I think it's a mask game, which is really cool if you've never played Mask. And of course, if you would like to support us over on Twitch, you can subscribe to us right here, and you get access to our VODs in advance, as well as access to emotes. And if you are a YouTube member over on our YouTube channel, you get access to some of those emotes as well. And whether you're a YouTube member, Twitch subscriber, or a patron, you get access to our private Discord, which is filled with lots of chats from our cast members. You can tell us what you're thinking. We won't tell you what's for real necessarily sometimes, but we do like plotting with you guys and reading what you have to say, and in some cases we can let you know. Like, I think there's some timeline stuff that's gone a little wonky with the father of the Ward family, and we've kind of given some more information in regards to that over there. But we know not everyone can support us in a monetary way, and we want you to, take care of you and your family first and foremost. But there are a lot of great ways to support us for free. Sorry, I have a new microphone thing, and hearing myself is really weird right now. So you can watch us live right here on Twitch, make clips while you're watching live, because that's the only way you can make clips, which is weird, but it's how it works. And some of your clips could be featured on our Twitter and our Facebook, which you can head on over to and like, share, and retweet and comment. We actually have a Twitter post that's up right now, and if you're watching this on YouTube, there's probably some over there too. And of course, if you watch us over on YouTube, you can subscribe, like, and comment. These are all free and great ways to support us and make the algorithms find more of our stories and great characters. And with that, I will toss it over to Haley.
Hello and welcome to our final downstairs episode of Eaton Grange. We are, as always, playing a Good Society, a Jane Austen RPG, which is a collaborative role-playing game for telling Jane Austen-like stories with your friends. You can get a little bit more on the fast side. You can do what we did and get even more into the drama. But that's the game, and we are specifically playing the expansion downstairs at the Abbey, which is all about telling upstairs and downstairs stories like these ones. And if you saw our last session, you will know that some very dramatic things happened in the theatre. Punches were thrown and plays were put a stop to. But for those of us who work downstairs at Eaton Grange, that hasn't happened yet, because we are actually going to rewind time to the morning after the ball. And totally apart from the theatre, those who are working downstairs at Eaton Grange have something else on their mind. And that is, there's only hours left before their half day off begins, and they can start getting ready for one of the most exciting events of the year, which is the Servants' Ball. The decorations from Lady Jane's Welcome Home Ball last night are still in place. And indeed, there are even rumors that there may be a reprise of the fondue, but depends on Mrs. Pan's mood. But before that time arrives, unfortunately, there is still half a day of work to be done. So we are going to begin today with young Chauncey, who certainly has a lot to think about after some events he witnessed last night at the ball. But doesn't have time to think about them now, because they have received yet another summons to the study of the countess very early in the morning. As he walks, he takes a moment to read some letters that he has received. And the first one of these is from his good friend Ivy. If you want to read that letter.
Dear Chauncey, I am writing you during a thunderstorm, which reminded me of the time when we were children and we got stuck in the woods during a tumultuous storm and a sequential downpour. The thunder was so loud. I have never run that fast since, hoping we could get back to the safety of my farm swiftly. When we finally got home, fully drenched with rain, all my mother could do was laugh at us, wrap us in a blanket, and give us a steaming bowl of mushroom soup. We ate in front of the fireplace, riding the high of adrenaline that each bright flicker of lightning and clamoring of thunder made us feel. I know life has been pulling us in so many directions as of late, you with your writing and trial for the valet position, myself with a new perspective. I realize you overheard something deeply personal the other day, which I do realize now I wish I had the opportunity to share with you directly. Perhaps we both eavesdropped too much. Life as of late has been most exciting, and I suppose in a way, you overhearing me was a turning point. Perhaps I was being foolish, caught up in something that was not truly there, more of an ideal of what I thought next steps were. I do not think I realized what was beyond just in front of me. I feel you may be comforted to know that I have had many moments as of late that I will not forget. These moments may not have happened had you not overheard what I said in the garden. You can focus on your ambitions and next chapter, and take comfort in knowing that I am all right. I feel as if I am starting my book for the first time ever. Perhaps I only had a foreword or introduction written before, not a true start to my book. I will always be your friend, Chauncey. I will always want what's best for you. I plead, however, that you do not forget who you are along the way. I know we all appear to be in an evolution at this stage, a metamorphosis of who we will be. While we are allowed to change, and our focuses as well, please do not forget that part of you that got drenched in the rain one summer evening, giggling by a fireplace with a mouthful of soup. For that bit of yourself, that joyous and adventurous soul, deserves to be remembered. Your friend, Ivy.
While walking down the hallway, there's they look at the letter, they look down, looks back at the letter, looks down. Why does that hurt? Oh.
I almost want to play my monologue token on Chauncey immediately after that letter and the events that they witnessed at the ball the night before, because I just want to know how they're doing with this.
Oh my goodness, so many conflicted feelings. Okay, so the first feeling that I don't even know if Chauncey was able to get any sleep last night. There's probably bags under his eyes. That hair shape, the where you've just been laying in one position staring at the wall, because no matter what you do, just sleep will not arrive. And he cannot get out of their brain the image of Ivy, Lady Eleanor, dancing with Arthur Beddington, It's preposterous. It's inconceivable. And we were best friends, and best friends told each other everything, and yet she did this without my help, without asking, without telling. Where was my participation? Not only does Chauncey feel slighted at that entire event, and like this burning jealousy that is yet to be like processed. The theater where Ivy just went to go hang out with like the upstairs folk, that's not even, it shouldn't have happened. It's not real. That should have been Chauncey's position, and Ash was there. So like I like to imagine as Chauncey was kind of walking down the hallways, a little bit of like stomping feet and just like the scowl on their face, like, what does Ivy know? And then Ash, I should have been there. This is not even fair. I've worked so hard. And just a lot of like angry muttering, maybe some teeth grinding.
Unfortunately, their next letter is very unlikely to restore their mood because it is a letter from Ash to Chauncey.
Oh, man. Dear Chauncey, I wanted to write to you and express my thanks. More than you might know, you remind me of an old family member who was like my dearest friend when I was younger. They were always motivated and on the go and had goals in their sights. More importantly, I swear their soul was 50% sass and 50% spunk. Through my life, I've always felt like I don't belong, like I'm seconds away from losing everything and everyone that I'm close to. I know you're incredibly motivated, and I'm so incredibly proud of your work with the press. Thank you for being a reminder of my childhood friend, and I truly appreciate you. Your friend, Ash.
No. Proud. Friend?
And with that letter at top of his mind, he finally reaches the door of the Countess's study, which is open. So they don't even have a moment to collect themselves as they go past. The Countess sees them straight away and beckons them inside.
Good morning, Countess.
She gestures to close the door. Just a nod of her head.
Yes. It closes a little loudly. They got shaky hands.
The Countess seems to be in a better mood than she has been recently, but she still has that same sort of like severe presence as she sits on the other side of her desk. Already, going through her first cup of coffee in the day before most people in the household are already awake. And she says to Chauncey, well, about the matter of the letter, have you any intelligence to report?
Right, about who took it. Let me see if I remember. And Chauncey's trying to like stall for time. That last letter from Ash really flipped that rage. Chauncey spent a lot of their time trying to establish Ash as a rival. And Ivy more or less sorted out all of their confused feelings by saying like, no, thank you. So now being faced with the Countess of Hartford and not having the time or the energy or the brain power to like fully complete all of those feelings, they don't know if they want to throw Ash under the carriage. Oh my gosh. The letter.
I think she readjusts her expression slightly and like looks at him very interrogating his expression. It's clear she's trying to figure out whether he doesn't know or he's hiding something.
That's fair. I'm just double checking my character. I have 2 resolve tokens. Okay. Whew. Oh gosh. He's gonna lie. He's gonna lie in this moment. Because the truth of it is that Ivy took it.
Yes.
He wanted to blame Ash. Who else? Like, do we have any like? Oh no, got it. What's the name of the Harmonious? Is that the oldest kid? Sibling to Lydia.
Yeah, Harmonia. Yeah.
Ladyship. I don't know how to say this, but the rumors are that Lady Harmonia has been seen going through people's stuff. I'm gonna get my head cut off.
You believe that Harmonia came into my office and took that particular letter?
Well, Miss Clark has been awfully busy, and I often hear the pitter patter of the kids' feet. I think it's feet. Yeah.
Would you like to pay a resolve token for her to consider the credibility, like consider this might be credible?
Yes, please.
So
Leaning on the idea that like
to the countess.
Perfect.
Yes.
That Grace like has truly been really occupied lately.
That's true. Actually, she doesn't have her own pool, so that would go to me since I am playing her. Hooray for me! I have none. Now I have one.
Yes.
I'll take that one off. So I think she takes a long look like at Chauncey, and I think her mental state is like, why would this whole boy lie about this when, if it is a lie, it could be devastating for their career? And I think it is just the sheer audacity of it that makes her like want to give it credence. And so I think she just like, she stares at Chauncey for a little bit and then says, very well, I will bid you to stop repeating this information.
Yes, your ladyship.
As I am sure it is of no matter to those downstairs.
None. Zero. We're not interested at all.
I will look into it.
Yes, yeah, your ladyship. Also, nothing to really report about Lord Victor, except he's got a feud at the theater, but that's I'm sure nothing will come of that.
Right. Oh, okay. I'll bear that in mind as well.
Yes. See, I've been listening. I'm forever at your disposal. Yes. Yeah. Your ladyship.
Thank you, Chauncey. I will investigate matters, and if your theory proves to have credence, then I will make sure that you are rewarded.
Right. The valet job, is that still? Ash is terrible. He doesn't deserve it. So
you can go now.
Oh, yes, your ladyship. Trying to catch their breath outside of the door, like collapsing to the ground.
And we will cut over now, because speaking of Ash, so while Chauncey is already up and about, being the whole boy and the first of the staff to wake up in the morning, most of the downstairs staff are still finalizing and getting ready for the day. And there's like a generally good atmosphere, because everyone knows that this is only a half day. And for Ash, it's feeding time for Mr. Elwood, who is becoming more confident by the day. So there are some offcuts from the kitchen that might have been thrown away, but here they are put to good use. But as Ash knows, Mr. Elwood has been developing a little bit of a habit of straying around the house. Has Ash done anything about that? Does that concern him?
I don't think that really concerns. I think he is concerned, but I think he puts a little too much faith that Elwood probably wouldn't go. He doesn't do anything too bad. I think what he tries to do is try to gate the door kind of sort of with makeshift things so that Elwood doesn't go through. But I'm sure Elwood hops over things and just be a little sneaky little sly Cooper of a fox. And
He seems to find a way, or he seems to just know where Ash is, anywhere Ash is in the household, and just little pitter patter upon the floor to make his way there. But while Elwood is eating this morning, Ash does have time to read some letters that he has received. The first one is again from Ivy, who has been busily penning things during the storm. Lots of time to write in the storm.
Yep. To the Honorable Ash. It seems that Eaton Grange is busier than ever. You've been on my mind lately. Between the rushing to and fro that are most of our days, I thought I would take a moment where I could sit down, let my mind settle, and collect my thoughts. I know that you and Chauncey are currently vying for the position as Lord Victor's valet. I know you have some seniority at the estate, and that in theory, the job should go to you. I would like to apologize on Chauncey's behalf, but I recognize that it is not my place, nor my duty, to speak for them. I know they are not always the best at showing gratitude, but as I have seen you lend them a nice outfit and advice on so many occasions so that they may succeed in their trial, it has been refreshing. Your genuine nature is refreshing. I had just wanted to mention that I have seen your kindness, helpfulness, and willingness in not only your endeavors, but in the endeavors of others who are in direct competition. If no one else has told you lately, thank you. In other matters, I've been happy to see Mr. Elwood settling in. I would love a chance to see some of the tricks he has learned that I have heard so much about. Miss Pan made some lavender scones in preparation of the ball. I may have snuck a few safely away, but you did not hear that from me. I know the last time you did not get a chance to enjoy as many, so I thought it might be a nice treat. As a thank you for helping Chauncey as of late, and for a chance at conversation, perhaps you would consider joining me for a spot of tea soon. I will provide some surreptitiously acquired lavender scones, and I would also selfishly like to spoil Mr. Elwood with love. With gratitude, Ivy.
Aw. I think Ash should be like, surreptitiously.
I didn't say it right.
That's awesome.
The second letter that Ash has is actually from outside the estate. And it's not very often that Ash receives letters from outside the estate. And this one is from a name that would immediately get Ash's feelings heightened. It is from Olivia Bed. And it reads as follows. Dear Mr. Bed, excuse me writing you directly, but you see, I do believe we are cousins. I had your name given to me by Mr. Arthur Bed, who I think must be your half-brother. I did not at first recognize your name, so I asked my aunt. She was greatly surprised to hear your name, as she was not sure what had become of you. I'm sorry to inform you that both your father and mother have passed. Your mother died at sea some 17 years ago. Your father died of a liver complication 4 years prior. It grieves me a lot to tell you of their passing, but know that you still do have family in us Beds. Your father did not leave much, but he did leave some belongings and effects to the name of Ash Bed, which are now in storage. If it is your wish, I can bring them to you at Eaton Grange. If you do not know it by now, I feel I must tell you that Arthur Bed is shortly to inherit a dukedom from his father's side. I think he would help you out if he knew that you were brothers. That said, if you do not wish to be involved in his change of station, I would think that also a very honorable choice. Please consider me a member of your family and write me if you need anything. Yours, Olivia Bed. And this name, Olivia, is the same name and same address details that Arthur had given to Ash after their last conversation.
Oh, man. I think Ash would think that it would be very, one, very kind to get that letter, but at the same time, I think he would be a little like, there has to be something to it kind of thing. And he'd be probably a little trepidatious, but at the same time, think it's very kind.
So after Ash has finished eating, after Elwood has finished eating, Ash has finished feeding Elwood and reading his letters, and is dressed for the day. He makes his way out to the common area in for the downstairs staff in the outer building, where there is something of a commotion. It seems like most of the other staff who sleep here have already come out to look, because somebody has left parcels of fine clothes with an invitation for the downstairs staff to wear these to the Servants' Ball. And there is a note with it, but it is unsigned. And Tom is looking at these parcels very unhappily, and he's saying things like, "Who thought to deposit this here without asking any of us? Do they think we not have clothes of our own? Those upstairs have gone too far this time."
Are we really gonna deny free clothes? You could sell them. Buy a kid. What do kids have? Socks.
Tom is like trying to collect them and stack the parcels before anyone like has a chance to like open them and take them. And he's like, "Oh, if you think they are free, you are even more naive than I thought, young Chauncey. Oh, nothing is free from upstairs. Mark my words on that."
This is a gift. We can't just, it's clearly for us.
Oh, Ivy, I didn't see you there. Yeah, definitely. What she said.
Look at these purple socks. If you guys don't mind, I will take these.
I mind very much, Ash. Tom will look at Ash.
Sorry, Tom. I didn't mean to stumble over my own feet.
Because socks, yeah, that was awful.
Thank you.
There's a note that came with it. See? It's for us.
And when Ivy picks up the note, she recognizes this as Arthur's handwriting.
God.
This seems intentional. That's all I'm saying. I think that this is for our evening, a gift to make tonight special.
Is it signed? I can't see a signature. Is it signed?
No, it's not. It's just, yes.
Who could have sent something like this? It's not the countess, that's for certain. She would never meddle in such a manner.
No, she didn't mention anything this morning. When
This morning?
we didn't talk.
That seems a little suspicious, a bit.
This is at breakfast.
Talk to the countess before the sun rises?
No, I was told
Not
to avoid.
usually.
Yes.
Oh, I've got special privileges.
Oh.
You have special privileges with the countess.
You're moving up in the world. Look at you.
Don't compliment me. No. You're supposed to be mad.
Why would I be mad at you for?
I can't do better than you. You've got to rise up now. What are you gonna do and challenge in my if I do better? What? Ash, let's take the purple socks. And we're probably talking over
No one is
Tom.
taking the socks right now. I will appreciate silence. Silence from everybody. Now, I could just tell you to leave this clothing untouched and to let it lie. But as it is, you all seem very passionate about this. We are going to have a vote. We're going to have a vote. So, all those who would vote to leave the packages as they are and return them to those who would meddle in our affairs, say aye. And Tom's like, aye.
In the background, you hear Miss Crow, aye.
The good sense, Mrs. Crow.
She's like Tetzel holding like a feather duster, disappointedly tapping it against her arm at everyone.
And there's like, that's it. Then there's just otherwise just silence. All right. All those who would vote, take these parcels. Say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All right. I am nothing but if not a man of my word. But recall what I said. Nothing given from upstairs is ever free. I'll be leaving mine, as will Mrs. Crow, but the rest of you are welcome to take a parcel if you wish. As for me, I will be endeavoring to work out who it is that left these. Until we know who it is, their true intentions cannot be made clear.
I think whoever left this came from the good of their heart. That's what I think.
I have to agree with that. It has to be an act of kindness.
is no such thing as acts of kindness. This is absolutely going to have strings attached. Perhaps they'll have to do some bloodletting.
Bloodletting? People can be kind, Chauncey.
No.
When did you become so pessimistic?
Well, happened to read some news this morning that didn't make me very happy.
What was the news? Anything happen in town?
What? No. My news, my personal news.
Oh, someone wrote into the press.
No, that's not me. That's looks very pointedly at Tom. I'm not associated with them.
Oh, yes, the Associated Press, yes.
Yeah, Tom, I think I figured out my outfit. I should probably go back to work.
Yes, we should all go back to work. We still have a half day to go. But I will say that anytime anyone upstairs does something they think is out of kindness, it's only ever created more than enough trouble for my life.
Like
These will all... Think on it. These will all have to be washed, neatly pressed, and returned after the ball, no doubt.
To who, though? We don't know where they came from.
Oh, I'll find out.
I'll take the letter and I will stick it into my apron pocket so that he cannot analyze any handwriting and try
Can
to...
you just take it from him? Is he going to let that happen?
Would you like to pay a resolve token for that?
Yeah, I want to do that because, I mean, I would assume that Tom has seen Arthur's handwriting as well.
Might not have it memorized, but yeah.
Yeah, I feel like he wouldn't have it memorized off the top of his head, but he'd definitely be able to work it out.
That's why I was like, I'm going to put it away so that he doesn't have enough time to do some detective work.
Excellent. Tom will accept that resolve token. So
Okay.
I'll transfer one from you to him.
Thank you.
I think he doesn't like he doesn't notice it in the uproar and everyone going forward to like grab packages, and he just looks exasperated, and he's like, well, back to work. Like, go through these later. Go through these in your own time. We're still on the countess's time, and we're going back to work. And he makes an exit to go to the main house and like start the day.
As we're leaving, I want to flash. I think I found some. What's a ridiculous color? Like purple's a very like rich color. I think it's a royal blue. I found some like royal blue wool socks. They're gonna be horribly hot, but like Chauncey's gonna wave them over at Ash. Psh, bet you wish you got these. And then I'm gonna go back to work.
I tell you, these are very nice socks.
That's very good. So after that, the day does begin in earnest. And as always, when you have a half day off, that means you have to do more in the morning, especially as in this particular day, everyone has to be ready for the theater. And not uncharacteristically, Ivy has perhaps the busiest day of everybody, because, we know that Tom also gave her the primary responsibility of organizing the servants' ball. So not only does she have to complete her cleaning for the morning and take a note of the ball, she also has to help Lydia get ready for the theater and make sure that everything is in place so that when her half day ends, she can take a moment. And so finally, after she's finished all her tasks for the day, and before she has to go and see what is happening with the ball and how the preparations are coming along, she has a moment to read a letter that she has received from her aunt, Evie. And the letter goes like this. It is accompanied by a package of its own, I will say. And it says, "My darling Ivy, I hear the servants' ball of is today, so I have sent something extra back with the clothes. Yes, it is a dress. You're lucky I know your measurements by heart, young lady. You must tell me all and everything of how it goes next time I see you. I want to know exactly who you dance with, and Chauncey also, how is that youngster? I've news from home. Your brother is getting married to Colin, his friend from the apple orchard. I saw it coming, didn't you? Your mother said they intend to start an orchard of their own together once they have the funds. Which brings me on to news of a different type. there's an opportunity I wanted to let you know about. It's advertised in the village that Baroness Catherine Taylor is looking for a new lady's maid. Now, you may think you're a little too junior for the position, but I know what good work you do, Ivy. The friendship between Lady Lydia and Baroness Catherine is well known. If you could get Lady Lydia to put in a good word for you, you'd be certain of the position. The pay is double your current wage, and the working conditions are far better. And if you had a little extra money to send to your family, I know that they could use it. I'm sure you'd have a good future at Eaton Grange, but this would offer you a true chance to get ahead. Think on it, my dear. Your loving aunt. And inside the package, there is a blue dress. It's not nearly as fine as the one that Lydia lent Ivy, but it is still very nice, and it is perfectly tailored to Ivy's measurements.
I have this moment to like, a life-changing offer is now in this letter I was not expecting to wake up to, and I have 3 dresses to now pick from for the evening. So yeah, I think there's just a lot to process in this letter, but I'm sure the dress is beautiful, and I know that my aunt does like good work and that it would fit me better than anything else that I probably have.
And after having a chance to read this letter, Ivy heads into the kitchen to check on the light refreshments that are arranged from the servants' ball, by which it means like whatever Mrs. Pan decides to cook, because it's the servants' ball, so she gets to decide.
Mm-hmm.
And Mrs. Pan is there. Even though technically her half day off has started, she is busier than ever, and she is putting way too much effort in making elaborate little cakes for the servants' ball. And on them, Ivy can see that she is iced some pictures of some of the staff on top of some of the cakes.
Did you do that?
It's a surprise. You better keep it that way.
Does everybody get their own with their face on it?
That's what I'm hoping. I'm going to have to ice very quickly.
Do you need any help?
You've got enough to do. I received your letter, by the way.
Oh, you did?
And I would like to flash back and hear what was in that letter from Ivy to Mrs. Pan.
Dearest Mrs. Pan, I wish you to know that I respect you the most highly. I realize the night of the ball I was perhaps reckless in my choice. I have felt that I have watched others live and have read many books of a life I wish I could live. I have lived vicariously through the gossip and story of others, for in a way, it then tangentially felt as if it were a part of my life, my story. The other night when Lord Victor asked me to join him upstairs, I know that it was a choice that would shape my future. Shape it in an ugly way or a beautiful one, or perhaps in no way at all. I feel like a ghost in this house, a spirit sliding through rooms, removing dust and cleaning linen. A visage even to those downstairs at times. I know I have not been myself as of late. I wish with my whole heart that you do not think less of me for wanting to be seen, for wanting to risk it all to feel like I exist. Lately, I feel like I exist. I am trying to savor those bits of time where I do, for I fear they will stop soon, and then I can sustain myself on in the memory of it. I hope you will be discreet about what transpired. I understand if you cannot. I wanted to share my thoughts about why I did what I did, if you were at all curious. I also wanted to say thank you for the delicious meals you prepare and the warmth you bring this kitchen. You deserve endless praise for those lavender scones and for the hard work I see you do every single day. With gratitude, Ivy.
And I think that thinking of the letter, Mrs. Pan says, you know what? I could use someone to ice this underlayer, and we'll hand like the piping bag to Ivy to like do the underlayer of the little cakes.
Okay, I've watched you do this before, so I do it like this, and I try to emulate what Miss Pan does.
Yes, she will sort of like she kind of tuts and sort of like guides Ivy's hand to do the first one, like that.
Okay, like this. And I'll repeat the motion.
You've got it. I told you we'd have you in the kitchen yet.
It does sound kind of fun if I do say. You get to create things, and then, of course, people eat them, but you get to make things.
Well, there's a reason why I chose it for my path. I could have been a housekeeper, you know. I was offered the job before Mrs. Crow. But I was happier here.
This does make moving dust around a little undesirable. This is much more fun. I get to do cakes. Feather dusters are a pain to clean themselves. You have to clean the things you use to clean.
Don't underestimate the path of a housekeeper. There's a lot to think about, and there's a lot more involved than dusting. Organizing a group of people to create an experience that everyone upstairs will lord about. It's a real job. It's partly why I didn't want it. I'm happier here with my cakes.
People remember these, though. They talk about your scones endlessly, and everybody talks about the food, just not the person who makes it.
Are you so caught up in being remembered, Ivy?
I know it's a bit morbid, but don't you ever think about when we're gonna go? Do you want to just be the secret thing that moved around a room and made it look nice, or the person who was in that room cleaning it?
I'm not a secret thing at all. I should hope that everyone down here will be at my funeral, and my sister and my good friends besides. And between them all, they shall pack out the cemetery, and everyone will be very festive because I would like them to.
Perhaps I need to learn some things from you, because maybe my perspective is wrong.
Well, after what happened to you last night, what happened? Did it change everything, or did it change nothing at all? What's the end of the story?
It felt almost like the end of the story, but there was very high highs and then very low lows after it. When I went to bed that night, it's as if it wore off and I realized how futile it was. But I tried to savor that, like I said in my letter, the moments that I did feel that good.
Well, there's one thing to say. Well, I used to do a lot of reading when I was younger, but I find I don't have the heart for it anymore because all those books are always the same. Well, some rich lady and some rich gentleman, and for a while it seems like they're not going to end up together, but then miraculously at the end of the book they end up together. Always the same. And I tell you what, there's not enough books about people like us and our stories. My thinking is our stories are just as good as anyone else's. And just because no one thinks to put them out in the world doesn't make them any lesser.
I agree with you. And that is one thing I will say from last night that I'm taking with me is that maybe I've been chasing the wrong things and I want to find something to chase that means something to me. A dream, something. Something I can feel good about.
I do like that for you. You know, in my experience, happiness is not always about grand gestures. Sometimes it's just the little things that make you happy. And she picks up a cupcake and shows it to Ivy. Does this look like you then?
How do you do that?
Well, it helped that you were right here next to me.
Just the detail alone. If I did that, it would just look like just icing blobs next to each other.
You're quite right, it would.
Well, maybe you could teach me how to do this someday and I could make one of you.
I do think so. I think you'd be good at it with a little practice.
That sounds like it might be something nice to do one afternoon, if we get the chance.
Is there anything else you would like from that scene?
No, I just like the idea of them making cupcakes with each other.
I like that as well. Okay, is there any other scenes that people would like to see before the actual start of the ball itself? Some options here would definitely be Ivy and Chauncey or Ivy and Ash, if either of those were things we wanted to see.
I would love either.
I want to wait. There's some words that
Okay.
Chauncey will have eventually that I think
Okay.
is necessary, but it's very much like I got to ruin the ball a little bit for us to have that conversation.
Then let's see Ivy and Ash as half days off begin. Maybe Ash comes into the kitchen where Ivy is has just had a go at like after like an hour of like and a few corrections, has had a go at doing Mrs. Pan. It looks like a person.
Hello, Miss Ivy. I came in here just to see if I could get a cup of tea.
Oh, I maybe I could join you. I do have a quick question for you, and I'm going to take
Sure.
the cupcake and show you. Does this look like Miss Pan?
And Mrs. Pan will like, she'll do a face to like try and look more like the picture, but it's a bit weird, right?
I have to say, have you ever heard of Uncanny Valley? It's almost identical.
See, I guess I did all right my first time. Don't look at those. Those are the ones Miss Pan did. They're very good. So if you compare the two, you're going to definitely notice that I did this one.
Well, I think you both have great talent.
But yes, I will make. Can I join you for tea?
Sure, you do not have to make it. I can get my own tea if needed.
I'll do it. And then I'm so used to doing this out of routine that I'll just like throw it together super quickly. And I'll look over at Miss Pan, and I probably have a napkin that's folded over, like tucked away beside things full of scones. And I'm going to try to sneak those away. She probably already knows that I hid these. I kind of make eyes at her like, do you know what I'm doing?
She's like, I think she sees those eyes and she just like throws her hands in the air and is like, it's my day off. Like, I wouldn't know what anyone is doing. It's not my responsibility right now. I'm just making my cakes.
They're very good. And I'll throw a tray together, and I won't be as secret about trying to hide the scones, and make a tray for Ash and myself, and then bring it to the table and set it down. How do you even take your tea?
Just a little bit of milk, if that's all right.
No sugar?
No, I'm sweet enough.
Oh. Okay. And then I'll make a cup for you and push it over. Here are the scones. I don't know if you got my letter, but here are the scones. I saved them. If we don't eat them now, they're going to get kind of stale, so.
I don't mean to be a goody two-shoes, but is this all right, Miss Pan?
She's just like, I'm not seeing anything, but mark this. It's suddenly a special occasion today, and I wouldn't want to think that I don't see things very often.
Well, if you say so, I would glad to have one. I'd be so glad.
There's not many people around, so I think you and I can splurge a little bit and actually eat them without shoving them into our faces.
I remember having one and then having to just gobble it down to the point of I don't even know if I even chewed.
Have you ever had one, though, where you didn't have to just push it into your face?
Maybe 3 summers ago.
That's too long, so please, enjoy. I just thought, you work hard. You should have a scone or two.
No, you. And, cheers. And
Clink scones together.
Yeah. Clink the scones, and that is absolutely delicious.
It's not fair how she gets them to be so buttery and yet flaky at the same time.
I think that you have to be a magician to be able to make stuff this good. I can't describe it.
How are you doing, Ash?
I should ask you, how are you doing?
Listen, I'm very good at working around questions, so I'm going to pick up on this a lot quicker than others might.
Okay.
Has anyone asked you how you're doing lately? And I know that I'm at fault. I just feel like we pass each other so frequently, yet we don't talk.
I think Lord Victor asks every now and then, though even though Mr. Elwood can't talk, I think he asks me every night before we head off to bed. But I'm doing great. I can't really complain. I'm so glad that there hasn't been an issue with Mr. Elwood, and I don't know, everything has been working out very nicely, and almost too nicely, I might say.
Yes, so sometimes it's easy to feel like something should be wrong when things are going right.
Yes, it's like I'm just waiting for everything just to fall apart, and then all of a sudden, everything's falling apart.
Well, I hope for your sake that doesn't happen.
Same to you. I never want to be a pessimist. However, I always like to be a cautious pessimistic. Cautious optimistic.
Yes, those are two very different things.
Yes, very.
I do worry that I'm sometimes too optimistic, and maybe I do need a bit more dose of that pessimism.
A little dose of pessimism I don't think is bad. However, a little too much is I think could be too much.
Yes, just have to find that balance. It's just. Do you have a lot of time to think in your days? Because I don't.
I always, when I'm doing something I really don't like to do, I really do like to distract myself and dream, if you will, of things that I want to do in my life to benefit myself, and not in a selfish way. I guess it is selfish, but when I say benefit myself, I mean to bring myself happiness. You know what I mean?
Have you figured that out yet? Or is there a dream you're chasing? That's something I've started to do recently, is to try to figure out what my dream is.
My dream, well, maybe a dream of mine is to be selfish enough to chase that happiness. But I don't know. I think I every time I try to be selfish, something happens where I screw it up to the point of I feel like, oh, because I thought about myself in this second, everything around me might crumble. Does that make sense?
I'll take a quick sip of my tea. A little bit more than I'd like to admit. You put a lot of other people ahead of yourself, that the minute you put yourself ahead of everybody else, it feels wrong.
It feels icky.
Yes. It feels like sinful. Like, how dare you even give yourself a second thought and allow a moment or an inkling of happiness. You deserve every other bit of pain. I don't know, maybe that's too much.
I for years I thought about that. I thought I deserve pain. I deserved unhappiness. I am deserving of this torture that I'm putting myself through. And I also am very guilty of, if I do anything wrong, the scolding that I might get from a supervisor or Tom is minuscule to how I put myself, like mentally. I don't know if that makes sense. I'm just my own harsh critic. I don't know. I guess I don't know. I want to be happy so incredibly badly. I want to be happy, but I'm scared of, if I did something to chase that, it's selfish, and I'm going to lose everything. All the opportunities I worked hard for, friendships, and then just be all on my own again.
I would be lying if I didn't say that at night. Sometimes I lay awake thinking about those things, but I just want to let you know that you are a nice person and a good person, and someone who, despite all of the insults that Chauncey throws your way, you still smile through them, and you still you keep doing what you do, and at your core, you're just a good person, Ash, and you don't deserve anything but happiness.
I mean, isn't that the thing to say to everyone? Isn't that, though? I'm not going to deny, I think everyone deserves happiness, but, I think happiness is luck.
I do have to agree with you on that. I will say, though, I would not have said it if I didn't believe it. I would just sit here silently drinking my tea and probably eating more of the scones so that I wouldn't have to say words.
True. I do appreciate your kindness. I wish nothing but happiness, and and positivity to you. And I hope that you're finding and doing everything you can to find your happiness.
I think I've been doing too much to try to find my own happiness lately, and I'm surprised. And I'll look around to see if anyone else is even within ears length. What is the word?
Earshot.
Earshot.
Where outside are y'all?
I think we're just in the kitchen at the table.
Yeah, and like the staff dining area that's like adjoining the kitchen.
Yeah, I think maybe down a hall you can see the form of Chauncey holding like a pile of dirty dishes, starting to clatter his way down.
Okay.
Mrs. Pan like yells like across the corridor to like, Chauncey, that's the last of them. Once you've got those, start your half day.
Thank you. Oh, I don't want to drop anything.
Chauncey, do you need help?
No. Are you with Ivy? It's fine. Okay.
It's all right to ask for help. I don't mind.
It's fine. My arms shake all the time. I'm and then like fattily like clatters like crashing sound of a lot of like the fine dishware on our countertops. I am done work now. Are you two hanging out?
I came to have a bit of tea, and luckily there's some scones if you would like one.
Luckily, like Ivy, like Ivy's luck, like that. Looks meaningfully like you took these.
Fine, yes. Ivy's luck.
Is that a thing? Is it like a trinket of luck?
It's like we were just talking about luck. Sometimes I make my own luck.
Like fairy tale.
Yeah, like dressing up and going to balls and leaving before midnight.
My head will snap and I will stare daggers at Chauncey.
Like fairy tales.
Like your books. Just like your books.
Yeah, which reminds me, if I'm done, Miss Pan, I'm gonna go right. I've got some feelings. I need to put them down.
It's your half day. You can do as you like.
Right. And like glares at Ash, and then like narrows their eyes at Ivy. I'll see you tonight at the ball.
Yes, we'll
see you
there.
tonight.
No, glare, Ash. It's fine. I'm gone.
Did they say glare?
Yes, the impression I'm getting is that Chauncey really wants you to hate them.
But why would they want me to hate them?
To be honest with you, I grew up with Chauncey and I'm not really sure where their head's at right now.
Maybe focusing on the press. I know I knew a bard at one time and they got very focused about their art. So they kind of let other things go, but they don't notice it. Maybe that's it.
A wise person once told me that I think Chauncey's focused on their ambition right now. And so that's their focus. And apparently you being a rival is part of that.
I think it's quite, I guess it isn't ironic, but maybe just a little bit of irony in there that everyone here is at least talking or chasing their happiness. And I'm happy that Chauncey is going for the dreams.
Well, I mean, the silver lining in all this is Chauncey clearly sees you as a threat, which means you're good at what you do.
I don't know about that. Chauncey definitely reminds me of a family friend that I had when I was younger, and they were very sassy and very driven, but I never took it as anything other than them trying to do anything that they can to get what they wanted with their dreams and their passion. Whether it be a toy, whether it be going to see a play, whether it be food, whether it be anything that they dreamt of, and they would get it.
Well, I thought I was optimistic, but definitely you are a lot more than I am.
I like to think I'm a glass half full. kind of
At that
guy.
I'm a
moment.
glass that's just got water in it sometimes.
I love that. At that moment, Tom comes in around the corner, and with him is a gentleman, 35 years of age, who looks very familiar to Ash, but a lot older than the last time Ash laid eyes on him. He's wearing like nice sort of like neat clothing, like you might expect a member of the middle class to wear, like a solicitor or some other person in a professional occupation. And he's holding a letter in his hand, a letter that is from Lydia. If I can prevail upon you to read that letter from Lydia to Jeffrey.
Of course.
Me.
Hopefully Margaret can
Yeah, I think it's
read
me.
it. Thank you.
Dear Jeffrey George, I know this letter may catch you off guard, and I hope you don't mind, but I was able to find your information through a grapevine of others. You see, I have come across a distant family member of yours, Ash Bed. They are under our employ as the first footman at the Eaton Grange estate. I think he would be surprised and delighted at the thought of a visit from you, and I have informed some of the staff that you may be arriving at a moment's notice. So no need to write, as I know sometimes the cost of postage can be a bit. If anyone at the estate gives you question, please feel free to share this letter as proof of invitation. Wishing you the best, Lady Lydia Ward.
So I think this man is sort of like waving this letter at Tom and being like, as you see, the Lady Lydia invited me, and Tom is just like, this is highly irregular, but okay, and calls out to Ash. I think as soon as he sees Ash, Jeffrey will call out to him. Ash, is that you?
Yeah. You look very familiar. I would know those golden locks of yours from anywhere. Jeffrey?
By God, it's been so many years. It's been well over, it must have been 20 years.
The last time I saw you was the horse pasture when we were 13?
Well, I'm still not sorry for the way I pushed you, but I truly won that race fair and square.
Well, I have to say, you look magnificent, Jeffrey.
And he'll come forward and give you a hug if Ash will
Of course.
Sort of like one of those ones where it's like half hug, half like clap on the back kind of thing. And kind of like turn around to everyone there and be like, I should introduce myself. The name's Jeffrey George, a cousin of Ash. We haven't seen each other in quite some time.
Very long time, but I have to say it's so good to see you. How did you find me? How did you find this place?
Well, it's a funny story. It somewhat found me. I got this letter from a Lady Lydia.
Lady Lydia.
Very fancy. Never had a letter from a lady before.
That is peculiar.
And I think he will hand the letter to Ash.
I must give my thanks to Lady Lydia for making it so that we could be reunited. It's always great to. I'm dumbfounded that I never thought I would see you again.
I heard that all of you have a servant's ball this evening. Perhaps
Indeed.
if it suits you kindly, cousin, I could attend.
I would love for you to be here.
Excellent. And like I think he will sit down at the like a little table and say to like turn to Ivy and be like, Miss
Stewart, you can call me Ivy.
Miss Stewart, Ivy, does there happen to be any more tea?
Yes, I'll make more. Oh, also, you grew up with Ash.
I did, that's right.
Ivy gets up and starts putting tea together. Will you tell me some stories about Ash when he was young?
I don't think you
I
want
have
to
a
hear
great
any
many
of those.
stories to tell.
No, you don't have to share. No.
I would love
Where
to
do
hear
I
what you two
begin?
got up to.
And then I feel like he sort of goes, do I begin with the time where we snuck into the church at midnight, or do I begin with the time we decided that we would go horse riding on some of the local cows?
None of these stories you want to hear.
No, quite contrary. I would love to hear every single one. So please, can we start with these two and then any more you think of?
Well, let's start with the church, because it was quite funny while we were in there. You see, at the time, and like he starts telling this story that involves them both getting up to mischief when they were like about 6 years old. I feel like I have a question for Ash. Was Jeffrey the one leading the mischief, or was Ash, or was it sort of like mutual?
I would think it would definitely be mutual.
Yeah, getting into trouble together.
Yeah.
And so I feel like Jeffrey sort of tells these stories, and that continues on for a while. I think we will see Jeffrey and Ash a little bit later, because I do want them to have a chance to talk, just the two of them. For now, B, is there anything you want to see for Chauncey before the ball?
I don't think so.
That's totally fine.
Yeah, I'm just
checking.
really excited for the ball.
Yes. It will be long before we get there. Okay, let's give Jeffrey and Ash a moment to talk then by themselves.
Yay.
Maybe a bit later when Ivy has actually had to go upstairs and like actually get things in place.
I'll leave them be. I'll be like, you two catch up, and then I'll leave the leftover scones and make another pot of tea for them, and then I'll go get the room set up for the ball, because I'm excited that there's a ball tonight for us. So I'll go do my daily tasks.
Thank you for everything, Ivy.
Yes, enjoy, and you two catch up. It seems like it's been a while.
It certainly has. I think it's when Ivy leaves, like Jeffrey says to Ash, she seems nice.
Incredibly kind. I will say, things have been strange since we've last seen each other. I kind of fell out of touch with my family, and I have kind of had a new father figure in my life. I think you met him earlier, Tom O'Grain. He could be a little stern, maybe a little dry, but he is just an incredible soul. And
what, the butler?
I wouldn't call him a butler. I would call him a father figure, if anything.
He seemed a bit stiff, if you don't mind me saying.
I think you think everyone's stiff, Jeffrey.
Sorry about all that and what happened with your father.
It is what it is. It can't be what it isn't.
I went to his funeral, There was scarcely 10 of us there.
I don't know if I would have given the opportunity. I don't know if I would have wanted to go. Thinking about that brings not the word pain, but I can't think of another word.
I no doubt we didn't know where you were. None of us did.
At the time, I thought that would be for the best, but being young and maybe not the brightest bulb,
Well, I've tracked you down now. And how is it here? How do you find it? You're what, a footman?
Yes, footman. Hopefully, I can still maintain that title. But yeah, it is something that passes time quite nicely. I have to say, everyone here is charming, and you don't really have to worry about egos too much, and that's always nice. You should meet Lord Victor. I guarantee you, the first thing that he would say to you is, "Don't call me Lord, call me Victor." It's that kind of relationship here, and everyone is so incredibly kind.
Wow, that sounds like something. And speaking of upstairs, now I'm not sure how well known this is about the place, but Arthur, bed.
Yes, Arthur Beddington.
It's going to be a duke.
How does that work? What? Arthur Beddington is going to be a duke?
You haven't heard it? It's been in all the papers.
You should meet Chauncey because they write for the paper, and that's how I get my news is from Chauncey.
You're behind the times, Ash. You're not even keeping up with what's going on in your own house.
Yeah, sometimes it's good to be withdrawn, don't you think, Jeffrey?
For what? You said this job was a good way to pass the time. Come on, look for something more exciting.
How much exciting can you get than a fox that you've nursed back to health and it's like a little pet? Now that's exciting.
You have a fox.
Oh, yes, we have a fox here, Mr. Elwood. And Ash goes, Elwood, come here, Elwood.
And then there's just like, pitter, 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 pitter. And then like, Mrs. Pan is like, now no one is letting that fox into the kitchen. I'll have him in the eating area, but if he comes into the kitchen, that's that.
I promise, Elwood, come here. I will make sure if he goes too far, I will grab him by the collar. I promise.
And he jumps up, Elwood jumps up onto Ash's kind of lap.
Oh, Jeffrey, meet Mr. Elwood.
You called your fox Mr. Elwood.
Mr. Elwood, yes.
Right. Well, he's very cute.
Would you like to pet Mr. Elwood?
Jeffrey kind of reach forward like, I guess, kind of like pet him like for a moment behind his ear and then say, but we're talking about something much more important.
More important than Mr. Elwood?
A dukedom.
Are you sure about this? Ash, Arthur Beddington is going to be a duke. I mean, how is that possible? How is that at all feasible?
It's well known about the place, and it's Arthur Bed. He'll be a duke under.
How?
It's just well known about the place.
Well known about the place. This place?
I will offer you a resolve token if Jeffrey gets it into his head that Ash and Arthur are related.
Sure, yeah. I have a ton of tokens, but I will take more.
Wow. It's your story now. Yes. I feel like he sort of like he leans forward conspiratorially and talks a little bit quieter and says, come on, Ash. I looked your family up before I came here. You're related to this Arthur, aren't you?
I will say this. The one thing I will be very honest with you, Jeffrey, is throughout my life, my family has brought nothing but some positive times, but a lot of anxiety and a lot of pain. And while I have nothing against Arthur, I really just want to make my own story. And if we were related, I wish them nothing but the best. But I don't understand how him being a duke would be any different. I would treat him the same, and I would hope he would treat me the same. All I want in my life is to find happiness.
You've changed, eh? You used to be adventurous.
What would I do? What would be adventurous? Tell me what you think old adventurous Ash would do.
Well, if it is true that your relative is going to be a duke, think of all the things you could get up to. I'll bet you have a grand manor. You could stay there. You could have horses. You could ride. You You go hunting. Hey, wouldn't he let you do all those things as you're related? It could change your life.
It could change my life, but Jeffrey, are you happy?
I'm always happy. I've always been happy. There's not been a moment in my life where I haven't been happy.
Well, I believe that's a blessing. I mean, I'm not unhappy. However, I would like to be happier and chase
That's what
happiness.
I'm saying. That's what I'm getting
That's not what I want.
Yeah, what do you want then? Isn't that what everyone wants?
I'll tell you what I want. I would like to be living in a nice house by the river, me and Elwood, and go out on a hammock and rest and just listen to the birds chirping and the crickets cricketing.
I feel like Jeffrey will help himself to more tea and a lavender scone, and he'll say, well, you could arrange that.
Isn't that using someone?
It's not like that with relatives.
I don't like to ask anything of anyone.
Well, you just think about it then. Just think about it. Think about the opportunity.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't feel bad if it was in a barter of some sort. Like, hey, if you help me get a house by a river, I will. But I don't know what I could barter.
Yeah, I'll help you think of something.
I appreciate that. But Jeffrey, I have to say, it truly does mean a lot to me that you would come down and visit. You have made my entire year. Thank you, Jeffrey.
Of course. And if you think it's good now, wait till we get into the ball, eh? Then we'll have a bit of fun.
Rumor has it there might be fondue.
And we'll leave them right there in that moment.
Is there gonna be fondue? I need us to smash cut to a table with fondue or no fondue.
Oh, there's like a result taking bidding war to decide whether or not there will be a fondue.
I think Ash would outbid me.
I'll use 2 tokens.
Or one left.
Yes, no, I feel like the between Angus and Milton and Ash, the fondue party is strong. But one last thing then before we do move on to reputation and rumor and scandal and then get to the ball. I do want to see a scene with Grace and Ivy. I think this is a bit further on in the day. So this is getting closer to the ball itself. And last time they talked, Grace and Ivy had decided that they would attend together as friends. Is that still a plan that they have?
Yeah, I don't think Ivy's deviated from that. Just like I'm planning on going with Grace.
Good. I feel like Grace will like come to find Ivy maybe making final preparations in the hall.
Yeah, I'd probably be moving. Ivy will be moving around like candles and just be like, I don't know if it looks good here. Maybe I'll just put it over here. Like just kind of placing things in ways to make it look just so.
Mm-hmm. I think like Grace will come in and sort of like take a look at everything and then like start helping out and start like moving things around as well and be like, well, for the main ball, you know, they had it here. And like I did like that, like when I did have the chance to dance, like the light from this angle, and then she sort of gets embarrassed that she brought that up because she doesn't know that Ivy was there, and like, well, never mind. I think it'd be
no, that's fine. If you set it up, then we can emulate the ball from upstairs, and we deserve good lighting too.
We should have very good lighting.
Is there anyone you want to dance with tonight?
To be honest, I hadn't really thought about it, but I suppose I hope to dance with everyone.
I know that things have been difficult lately, but is there someone downstairs that you wouldn't mind dancing with?
Ivy, I would
Yes?
dance with anybody. I just want to do something fun.
Same. I just was wondering, and I get like kind of flustered and I turn around and start moving candles around.
I know that face. Out with it.
I don't know, just someone. I would honestly take anyone at this point. If they would just ask me to dance. Someone comes up to me and says, would you like to dance? And I'd go, yes. And then we would dance. Like, just to know that someone had the intention to have a moment with me.
A romantic moment.
To be honest, I'm a little over romance. It feels cold and damp. And so I would much prefer just a moment of connection with someone.
Ivy Stewart,
Yes.
would you have the first dance of the ball with me?
Ivy's gonna curtsy. I would love that.
Well, I cannot wait. Have you decided what you're wearing?
I don't know how this happened, but I have 3 dresses.
I barely have 3 dresses in my entire wardrobe that I could wear to a ball.
Well, Lydia did lend me one. And Ivy's gonna look at you to see if it should I not have said that? Kind of thing.
Grace is like not changing. It's clear that she is not letting her expression change. She's like,
And in the back of Ivy's mind, it's very much like, oh, maybe I shouldn't wear the Lydia dress because it might be some dress that Grace has seen Lydia in. And so it's like this whole, the gears are turning. But I don't think I'm going to wear that one. My aunt sent me one. And then also the mysterious packages that arrived. There was a beautiful maroon dress in there. So I don't know. I don't know which one I should wear.
I heard about those packages. I wonder whoever could have sent them. And Grace knows Arthur really well. I think she has a pretty good idea that he was behind this.
I know, the mystery. Who could have done it?
Who could have done such a thing?
It was so kind and generous and totally... Who knows? It could have been anyone.
He's a very silly man, isn't he?
Almost too kind for his own good.
Things are going to change a lot for him very soon.
Do you ever find out about news about someone and that their life is going to change in a very grand way or something very positive in their life? And sometimes you just feel that sinking in your heart that you're not happy for them.
I think that's just a natural human emotion.
But I don't feel that way about this. I'm excited for him. If anyone deserves it, someone who's shown kindness is someone who does things differently is getting rewarded for that.
I'm glad for him, but I think it will be very hard for him. So I hope I can help to ease the way a little, even though I know very little about these things.
It is good of you to be his friend, though, and be there in case he needs you.
Can I tell you something? No one else knows this yet.
My lips are sealed.
I've handed in my resignation.
Ivy's busy setting things up and immediately a little more of a clamor as a candlestick and a candle kind of hits faster on the table than she meant for it to. And spin around. What? You gave in your resignation?
Yes, I've asked the countess for a good reference and I hope she can provide one. It won't be anytime soon. I will be staying until another suitable tutor can be found, and given the amount of scrutiny that took place before I was finally hired, I can only imagine that it will be a few... I won't be leaving immediately.
Do you know where you're... What are you doing? Where are you going? When did you decide this?
Well, recently, actually, in the last few days, I finally decided it was what I needed to do. I don't really have a plan yet as to what I will be doing. I'm still working it out, but I just knew that this place wasn't where I needed to be any longer. I mean, Arthur is undoubtedly going to be moving to his estate at Crawford Park, and there isn't necessarily any particular reason otherwise for me to stay here. And I feel in a lot of ways it would be a lot easier for everyone were I to go elsewhere.
Is it because of Lydia?
It's not just because of Lydia. But in part.
Well, if you're leaving, and if Arthur's leaving, I'm going to pull out the letter I got from Aunt Evie and hand it to Grace.
She will pick it up and read it and get very excited. Like, oh my word. Oh, this is quite the opportunity.
Am I doing something completely wrong by even considering this?
Why would you say that? This is your career. Isn't this a great step forward for you?
It would be double the pay. I could send it back home to Mom and Dad, and it would help them so much. But even though everything that's happened with Chauncey, wouldn't it be betraying Chauncey and those that I have connected with here?
If they truly care about you, they'll be happy for you. And besides, the Baroness's estate is not too far away. You could still see everyone in the village on a Sunday.
That is true. I woke up this morning with the biggest thing on my plate is putting food on the plate for the ball, and now I'm considering moving my life. I had a conversation with Ash today for the first time. We've always seen each other when we've been working, but I've never actually had a conversation. How could that happen when you live in a house with so many people and you barely have conversations?
Well, if you move, you'll have to start again.
I know. Doesn't that sound exhausting, though?
But you could do it in the way you wanted. Carve out a place for yourself. Ladies' maids are very well respected in a household. That's what I want to do, you know. Be my own person rather than simply being the tutor.
I think that's a fine thing to chase. We always put so much pressure on titles in this world. I'm going to miss you if you leave. You make this place bearable some days, most days.
Nonsense, you won't even be here.
Well, now that you say that, I might have to do it, because then you might start sending letters here instead of, to the Eaton Grange. So I should probably consider this more than I have been.
Exactly. And if you need help with that reference, I can help you.
And if there's anything I can help you with, I'm always here.
Well, I've already asked you for something very important.
The
First
dance? Okay. I was worried there was something else I forgot about. So
no, that is very important. That is the most important thing to set our minds on now.
But then I have to ask, since I will be dancing with you first thing, maroon or blue?
I need to lay my eyes on these first. Let's go have a look.
I would be so excited. Just like, let's go look at the dresses and then rush to where they're already laid out, like just all next to each other. I'll take the one that, I'm really grateful Lydia gave me a dress, but I'm just going to like scooch that one over and then lay out the maroon one and the teal one.
And I feel like we'll leave them discussing the benefits and cons of each of those two outfits. But I feel like Grace's taste would lean towards the blue, although she would want Ivy to make her own decision.
My aunt made it too, so I probably would be like, I'll save the maroon one for another special occasion and wear the blue one because my aunt also sent me that nice letter today.
Perfect. Is there any last things anyone wants to see before we get on to we move forward through our phases in order to get to the ball? Not, that is all good, and we will go ahead.
Is Jeffrey going to be at the ball?
Yes, Jeffrey will be at the ball.
Okay, then I'm good, thank you.
Okay, good. Excellent. All right, so we are going to go to reputation. So a very simple question as always for our downstairs staff, which is, did you bring scandal, shame, or severe embarrassment to the household? Or did you go out of your way to protect or restore the household name? And for this, you'll not just be thinking of what we have seen today, but you need to cast your mind way back to session 7, because it will also be including the events of the ball and the yes. I felt like I had to bring that up for Ivy, perhaps.
Important. I almost forgot. Like, I didn't do anything this. Yeah, I think I did cause some issues.
It's interesting because it's not been found out yet. Has it? Can it yet be said to have Chauncey? Oh, that's very true. Chauncey knows. Oh, yeah, you're right.
And Chauncey said something in front of Ash.
And depending on how their feelings are at the ball, some things might come up. Maybe they will. Who knows?
Just like these threats, these bills.
It's horrible. Oh gosh. I also don't think I've done anything good for the family, but also not anything horrible. Just lied to the countess. That's nothing.
That's not enough to bring scandal, shame, or severe embarrassment. Or is it? Because she is now trying to work out whether her daughter is a meddling thief.
I feel like I might have made the relationship a little bit more fraught than necessary, and that's not a good thing.
No, it isn't. But for that one, I feel like because that really affects the countess, and she doesn't have her own reputation, that you can probably get away with it in this case. What about for Ash?
Yeah, I was thinking, I don't think that, I don't know. I think Ash is very protective of everyone. I don't know. I don't think he brought any shame.
No, I don't think he did. Yeah.
Have you tried to protect the family name? I mean, in a way, like you are looking out for Ash or Arthur Beddington.
Yeah.
I don't know if that counts as.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that counts. Yeah.
I feel like that was like something we experienced more previously, which is why we did previously give Ash a yes to that question for his actions.
Okay.
But I don't think that sort of came out as much in the last couple of sessions. So it might just.
That's awesome.
It might
just Ivy.
Might just be Ivy. And this is interesting because I wonder who upstairs is going to get the negative tag for this. Intuitively, it feels like it should be Victor because he was the one that
That's what I was thinking.
Poor Victor, he just can't get rid of these negative tags, but then he just keeps doing outrageous things. So that's what happens to you when you keep doing outrageous things. I wonder what word might be appropriate in that case.
Impulsive?
Oh, I like that. Impulsive is very good. Let's put that in
technically,
there.
if someone goes through that, I want to call it a cosplay chest, but that's not what it is. It's like the costume or whatever. They would see like the wig and the dress that Ivy wore.
Yes,
maybe someone
very true.
Just seems like it was he ran downstairs to get me in front of Miss Pan, and then legitimately we did the secrets.
Yes.
And then
No,
I would say
impulsive definitely seems right, and I feel like the fact like that Victor knows that his reputation has been linked to Ivy in this way wouldn't be surprising to him, since it's his fault that this happened in the first place. So it makes sense. All right, so that's reputation. So we're going to move now to household gossip. And as always in this phase, you have 2 turns, and during your turn, you can either create a new rumor or spread a rumor that has already been created. Currently, we only have 1 rumor that has been created and not spread either upstairs or downstairs, but we should definitely make some more.
Limitless at this point. That's almost dangerous. Okay. Gosh. I really feel bad for this child that like Chauncey's probably never interacted with the Lydia's sister. And I'm gonna make a rumor. I'm going to tie it in with Elwood. The Elwood's little pitter patters are being mistaken for like Harmonia's, and it seems like that kid is getting up to some no good.
Wow. That's going to
so
be
sorry.
interesting.
I know. I don't even know how to write that in words.
That it is Harmonia and not Elwood who is getting up to mischief in the upstairs.
I'm trying to think of some gossip that's. I feel like everything is so like it has such negative associations.
Yeah,
like, with
that's
it.
exactly what I'm thinking. I'm like, I'm trying over here just to.
That's a really funny way to put it. Like, is gossip ever truly positive? Like, I guess. Like,
yeah, that's not true. Yeah.
A new job.
I'm going to do one, even though it definitely has a negative association, which is Jeffrey George is secretly destitute.
There's something off about that person.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sus.
Very sus.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't trust Jeffrey George.
Is this the Among Us portion of?
Yeah. There's vents in this house that people are jumping into.
We're all voting.
Boy, because I don't want to make any negative things about anybody.
Yeah, same.
Just do it. It's the household gossip phase. That's what it's for.
Mm-hmm.
I guess it's not technically Ivy making these, right?
Exactly.
Not at all.
They're just general gossip.
Okay.
I'm peeking like at some of the characters that I think we could implicate.
I mean, look, I'm gonna go for the low-hanging fruit and say Ivy has applied for a position in the
that's perfect.
What about Chauncey is working for the countess now? Because, you know, at the start, I mean, that's what I think Ash would think of. Like, I think you'd be thinking that. Like, damn, like doing stuff for the countess
before the sun rises.
Yeah, that was so suspicious too.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Wow, we've got some really good ones there now.
Okay.
I have used both my turns, so it's up to you all now. Over to you.
Okay. Ha 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 ha. Heck. I'm gonna spread. Upstairs that Jeffrey George is secretly destitute.
That's interesting.
Upstairs only.
I'm going to, just because I like the chaos of this, can I spread the Arthur's swooning over mysterious suitor in red upstairs?
Absolutely.
Saw that one was fading out, and I think that could create some interesting drama.
Oh, yes.
I want to spread a rumor about, I learned a little bit about Ash's background. And was Ash a troublemaker?
I would say like he was like maybe when he was 13, a little rebellious in his teens for sure.
I don't want to spread any rumors about Ash though.
Do it.
I guess spreading a rumor that, you know, downstairs that Ash was a bit of a troublemaker in his youth.
So that would be starting a rumor, so it wouldn't be spread yet.
Okay, so
but we
just
will create
downstairs.
it. Yeah.
Okay.
So it's not upstairs or downstairs yet. It's just a rumor.
Okay.
And it can be spread if somebody wants to use a turn on that.
Perfect. I've used both of mine.
I feel like, Kyle, do you have one turn left, or did you use both of yours?
Oh, I have another one. Oh, sheesh.
Yes.
Oh,
you can
man.
choose to spread one of the ones we have here. You don't have to create a new one.
I will spread. I will I will actually spread that when I was younger. I was a bit of a troublemaker because I think like
upstairs or downstairs.
oh, just downstairs.
Yeah.
Not doesn't need to go upstairs.
Perfect. All right. So we have a number of new rumors that are fading out, but new ones we have that are spread is that upstairs is Arthur is swooning over a mysterious suitor in red, and Jeffrey George is secretly destitute, and downstairs that Ash was a bit of a troublemaker in his youth. Very good.
Excellent.
And we might actually take our break now a little bit early so that we have more time for the ball. But when we get back, we will do some letters first, and then we will get on to the events of the Servants' Ball.
Awesome.
welcome back to the Eaton Grange estate. And we will shortly be getting to the servants' ball. But before we do have a few more letters for you. So we're going to start off with some that were sent after previous weeks, but we do need to hear what is inside them. So first we're going to start off with a letter from Angus, the second footman downstairs, to Milton, the other second footman.
My dearest Milton, I hope you enjoyed some of the fondue after the extravaganza last night. I have to say, my taste buds have never tasted something more melty and yet cheesy before. I do hope that you had a wonderful day, and thank you for not only being a roommate, but a friend. Angus.
Just sweetie. The second one is coming from outside the estate, and this is a letter from Percival to Grace.
My dearest Grace, I was sitting in my office today and a smile just curled the corner of my lips. I wondered where it may have come from, but it was easy to puzzle out. My mind took me back to one of my favorite moments of our London trip, when we took a stroll down a busy street and felt the excitement in the air. Us both giddy from the high of the crowd and peeking into every bookstore we could find. Such a change from the Grange. The life that surrounded us there. I wondered, could a life be lived here? One of the weekends with high tea, conversation, and an afternoon of bookshop after bookshop. I may have noticed a job opening in the local paper while we were in London. I have sent in my information for the job. Of course, I have yet to hear. It would be a significant pay upgrade and the chance to live in such an exciting city. I wanted to get your thoughts. Nothing is ever set in stone, but it is worth chipping away at things sometimes to see what is underneath. Enclosed is a new book that I read, and immediately upon finishing, I knew you would love. It is from one of the bookshops we visited in London. I hope you get a chance to enjoy it soon. It reminded me of us as kids. The trouble we got into, the things we traversed together, sad and happy. It is a story about two old friends reconnecting, and I will not tell you more than that, but I do hope you will allow yourself some downtime from the hustle of Eaton Grange soon. Yours until next time, Percival.
Oh, Percival, stop being so great. Oh, okay. With those letters done, we are going to hear our letters from today. So when you have your letter ready, feel free to share it with us.
I could go first.
Please.
You got it. To the Honorable Miss Ivy, I truly do appreciate your letter previously, not to mention the kindness and conversation you shared in the kitchen earlier. Please know your kindness does not go unnoticed. Regarding our talk about chasing happiness and the, quote, selfishness of it, I think our jobs here at the Grange has us being selfless a majority of the time, wouldn't you say? So if you spent any energy working towards your happiness, I wouldn't think that's selfish at all. I hope you find that. More importantly, I hope that when you do find it, you cherish that happiness and spoil it every way that you can. See you at the ball. I almost certainly will be at the fondue station. I'm sure it will be splendiferous. Ash.
I would get this letter and just smile as reading through it, and just very grateful that she took the time to actually have a conversation with Ash, and is looking forward to trying fondue for the first time, but also getting to potentially see Ash tonight at the ball.
I've got my letter, which is going to be a letter that Tom slips under the door of Mrs. Crow. And because there's things in here that he did not feel like saying in person because he didn't necessarily want to see the response were it not in his favor. And the letter says, Agatha, it sure has been quite a lot of unexpectedness around here lately, hasn't it? Reminds me when I was a boy on the farm, and one time we left the gate open and all the cattle got loose, and they were all riled up together, and it took us a good day to get them back in the pen. Still, time off for the servants' ball, something you and I can enjoy just as much as anyone. And that being what it is said, I wondered if you might have the last dance with me. That's all, Tom.
Well, and I think she like took the time to read this while pressing one of her best aprons. She kind of places everything down. The last dance. Well, she folds it nicely, puts it in the pocket of her I think she's just wearing like her servant's outfit to the ball, but like the cleanest, and like this one has a little bit of lace on it, so it's really the special occasions one. So she slips it into her functional apron and maybe like kind of holds on to it a little bit longer, seriously considering that offer. I have a good letter next if we feel that's good. Yeah, okay. So Ash, maybe after you've delivered your letter to Ivy, you find in your chambers a crumpled up, torn out piece of a book that a part has been folded to say like to Ash, so you know in fact it was for you. And as you kind of like open it and like smooth it out a little bit, it's the familiar scratching scrawl of Chauncey's writing, but this one has a bit of like where the ink was kind of stabbed enough and it went through both sides of the paper. Some of it's a little torn. There's a lot of rage on the paper without you having to see the person. And from what you can read, it says, Ash, I believe it is prudent that we speak as equals during this servants' ball. I feel as if I've been doing you a disservice by treating you as my rival when I should have considered you my enemy. I've learned a lot about love these past weeks, and while it is a sensation of which I feel absent of, I understand how to go through the motions. And if you feel like you possess feelings for my best friend Ivy, then you must first help me work through my feelings before you pursue your own. Do not reveal this to anybody. And then it's signed in a scratching, barely legible font. Your potential enemy, no longer rival, mayhap close acquaintance. And then Chauncey started to write their name, scratched it out, and then signed it PP.
Chaunciest letter ever.
I think I should probably have a chuckle reading that. Just like, what? Like, I think you would appreciate the extraness of it.
Sorry, that was a lot for me to process.
I hope y'all missed me.
My letter's for Angus. So Ivy wrote, Dearest Angus, I am furiously planning for the servants' ball tonight and was thinking about that pub we attended in town once. I cannot remember the name. The Hog's Head, perhaps? I was wondering if you knew the musicians who played there or have any connection to them. I feel like we could use more of a jovial, upbeat group than the normal strings or piano that accompany a ball. I remember after a few pints that their energy was more than exciting and feel us downstairs crew could use a good time. Perhaps after any formalities. I cannot wait to see you there. With excitement, Ivy.
That is very good. And that is actually a perfect transition into the ball itself. So let's say these musicians were secured. What kind of music is it that they play? What's the atmosphere here, since Ivy arranged this?
I'm also down for if Bless has any thoughts too, but I picture the scene from Titanic where the downstairs they have like the fiddles and it's like upbeat kind of folk music? Is that the word for it?
Is
Yeah,
that
like
folk?
country music. Yeah, like as in
The Titanic was
English
playing
country.
music? Oh,
that
No,
country?
not like country dance music. Like not country as in USA country music. Like local kind of tunes and like upbeat atmosphere. Kind of like what you see at a public ball as opposed to the greater formality that was at the upstairs ball.
So I just picture maybe a piano and fiddles and things like that. And it's just more casual than someone sitting at a piano.
Okay, I like that idea though.
yeah.
There's enough oh god, I want to pretend like I was gonna know music for a second. Brass instruments? Does that mean words? I believe it does. Still, the more people playing within the performance, the more it's just kind of like an upbeat event versus like a very like sit down morose, all about the airs and the presence of it.
I feel like that the
Morose.
tempo of the dances is like higher. Like you cannot speak during one of the dances that is going to be at this ball because of the the nature of the music and the tempo. Like there's a lot of turning, a lot of clapping. Like you're going to be out of breath at the end of these dances. It's like an upbeat sort of jovial atmosphere, as well as that like Mrs. Pan has done her best. Everyone does have a cupcake that looks more or less like them. And there's also like a light showing of other food and beverages. Most of the decorations from the previous ball are still up. The lighting has been arranged and rearranged. Is there any other details anyone wants to add to the atmosphere of this ball? Feeling good.
Is there like a dedicated dance floor, like a
Yes,
section
yeah,
of like
absolutely.
raised wood? Awesome.
Okay, yes, it's not raised, but it is like marked out by the way that the room has been arranged.
I love that. And I don't know if this is necessarily in addition to the decor, but because this is kind of like an open thing, are there other people here that we don't necessarily know kind of filling the space up, or is it only folks that we are aware of?
So the servants are allowed to invite one additional person to the ball, so there are people there who are from outside the household, but most of them would be familiar to the staff, seeing as you are from the area of Hartford and you've like worked here for a while, so there probably wouldn't be anyone here that you've never met before, maybe one or two people at most.
Okay. Now that just kind of creates like the rooms more full, there's a lot more people, there's a lot more movement. It could look busy, but it also makes for great opportunities when you need to pull somebody aside and have a quiet conversation. It's not like you're the center of attention if there's enough hubbub and bustle.
There's a fair number of people in the room, so there is quite a lot of hustle and bustle, and because it's not just the indoor staff that are there, the coachman is there, so it is it has a full and upbeat atmosphere, and the countess has sent like some gifts of her own, some cakes that were made in town so that Mrs. Pan didn't have to make them for once, some wine, and also some of the decorations as well. I think she provided the candles because candles are expensive. Nice candles are expensive at this time, so I think she provided the nice candles for this occasion as well.
Yeah, that's perfect. Spots for people to sit, like not everybody wants to stand. I'm trying to imagine like what a Regency era ball.
Yeah,
and,
there's tables like around there's a couple of tables that are around the side that people can sit at to play cards, or sit at and watch the dancing or eat or whatever it is that they would like to do as well.
Fabulous. Okay, yeah, I've got a great image in my head. We're good.
Great. So now we really just need to decide what we would like to start with at this ball.
Who gets there on time? Is it still like a cool thing to do to be a little bit fashionably late? Like obviously Mrs. Crow is there like as soon as the ball opens, sitting down at a table with a cup of tea.
Would there be alcohol? Like would there be alcohol at this?
Yes,
Okay.
There's wine. Lavinia provided some, and there's you're not No one's having hard spirits. That would be considered inappropriate, but there is one.
I can see Angus just sitting there in the chair, just like twirling around this huge wine glass. Of course. You know, like.
Do you want to start with a short scene between Ivy and Angus? We haven't seen them in person for quite a while. I feel like that would be nice.
Yeah, I mean, Ivy would be there from the get-go because Ivy's worked hard on this, wants it to be perfect.
Yes.
Sure.
So I would rush over as soon as I see Angus. Thank you for getting the band. I didn't know if we could get it on such short notice. I'm so excited.
You know, I pulled a few strings. I know the bass player.
I don't, how do you know them? I just thought you would. It seemed like you would know them.
You would never believe it. Years ago, we were working at this farm, and well, we helped birth a cow.
Oh, that's quite. You don't think something like that would be able to bring people together, but something like that really does.
Indeed, but I have to say, this is a beautiful arrangement, and I'm glad that you're here.
Me too. Where have you been lately? You've been so busy.
Well, you know, I've been working my tailbone off, I have to say. I do have to say, I am going to enjoy each and every sip of the wine here. I think every one of us deserves it.
It's a bit better than what we normally have access to. I feel like tonight's going to be special.
It already is.
Are you going to dance with anyone tonight?
You know, the night is young, and I have not had that much wine yet, but I'm sure the dance floor will be danced on.
I'm going to grab a bottle of wine and I'll put more in Angus's cup and then also grab one for myself. I feel relaxed tonight. And after setting this all up, now that it's finally here, I'm not as worried about it. I just want to enjoy it.
But what's there to worry about? It's time to enjoy.
You don't worry about anything, do you?
I mean, probably taxes.
Yes, but everybody worries about those things. Like, you don't just sit there and overthink every conversation you've ever had.
Life is too short for that. The only thing that scares me now is taxes.
Well, here's to no taxes tonight. And I hold my wine.
Cheers!
Cheers!
Amazing. We'll leave them there. That is wonderful. So it seems like Chauncey might be one of the later ones arriving at this ball, because I think everyone else is quite prompt.
Yeah. So, like, do we think that perhaps they would run into Jeffrey, who would also be a little fashionably lit?
They absolutely can, for sure. I feel like Jeffrey was getting dressed and changed in Ash's room, and maybe Ash has gone up first, and then he's put some final touches on his outfit, and has headed up. Jeffrey is wearing things that are individually nice but don't really work well together. When you don't have a lot of options to choose from, and so these are the things that you're wearing.
Okay.
And sort of gives a nod to, he doesn't know who Chauncey is, just gives a nod to someone else who's clearly heading in the same direction. What's Chauncey wearing?
Okay, I've been Googling this, so thank you for asking. Okay, so it's definitely a one of those long outer jackets in a deep brown, perhaps. A beautiful cummerbund. A top hat that was acquired from the articles of clothing that were given to us. And they stole one of Ash's quills to use as a feather inside of the hat. Probably boots that slightly emulate the puffy shoes, but not quite, because there's one of a kind. No big deal. Beautifully shiny brass buttons for sure, and maybe a really nice the frilly bit here. I don't know what those words are, but you can imagine.
Yes. What was he saying when he runs into Jeffrey?
Excuse me, did you just come out of Ashbed's chambers?
I think that makes Jeffrey laugh. We're cousins.
Not that I was gonna judge. It was just kind of, I thought it was dirt that
Jeffrey
I could use
George.
against Ash. Hi, Chauncey Chimney. I work here. Are you new?
I'm merely visiting.
Oh, ew, Ash? Who would
Yes.
visit Ash?
We are cousins. Are you not fond of him?
No, he's awful. Terrible. Helps me out all the time. He's always looking out after me. He gives me clothing. Awful. He's meant to be somebody that I see as a rival, meant to be competition. And instead, he just looks at the same people that I was supposed to fall in love with.
What? He's got eyes on someone, does he?
I think. I've never seen the two of them talk together, so I assumed all kinds of things when I saw them. And Ivy's never expressed interest in Ash. Ash is boring. Ash is dutiful. Ash is responsible. Nobody wants to be around someone like that. That's awful.
Ah, that Ivy that he was having tea with.
Yes. What did he say? And I'm gonna pull Jeffrey close to me. What did he say?
About Ivy?
Yes. Tell me everything.
She's been very helpful in getting food for Mr. Elwood.
That's not news. Everybody gets food from Mr. Elwood, except me, because I have to pretend like I don't like the fox is kind of smelly. I just never had a dog growing up. I've always only ever had cats, so Elwood's just
Okay.
kind of. I'm rambling. Yes. What else?
But you've observed as well that Ash seems to be lacking in spirit of late.
Oh, completely. He's always dispirited. Well, yeah.
You and I need to work him up, to make him feel more natural, to help him get his spirits up in this ball and get him back to his old self.
Why? Why? What do I gain? He's my rival, or he's meant to be. You see, we're both vying for the position of valet, but I'm not really willing to sell my soul like I thought I was. So Ash might get the position. Are you staying here long? I feel like I've been talking a lot.
Well, a few days, I hope. I came somewhat far to get here. But
Good.
I'm glad to know so much about what is happening in the house.
Yeah, I should probably not enter the hall with you. Go on ahead.
Why?
I'm trying to work on my reputation. You're going to be a bad fit for my reputation.
Why?
Have you looked at yourself in the mirror? Jeffrey, you said your name was. Let's go back to Ash's bedroom. I'm gonna find you a better outfit.
My outfit is perfectly fine.
No, it's awful. You mixed plaid with buckled boots, and your shirt is tucked in, but there's not a single cummerbund in sight. How do you intend to go out in public like that?
Who
Have
are
you
you?
not
Some
seen
sort
how
of
they do it
fashion
upstairs?
writer?
Aspirationally.
All right then. I'll take your advice.
You will
I didn't bring a
not
lot with
regret
me.
it. Oh, don't worry. Actually, I think I have a package that should have been delivered today. I have the best jacket for you.
Oh. All right. So they go to do that. That's going to be great. I can see that definitely being great. Meanwhile, I feel like we can just say scenes that we would like to see when we have them in mind. So what are we looking forward to seeing at this ball? Obviously, there's the Chauncey Ivy scene that must happen.
Oh, of course.
We're just hanging out for that moment.
But the first dance, Grace and Ivy.
Yeah, so I'm assuming, is Chauncey there yet?
Probably maybe in the last minute of the final dance. Because
the
like
first dance, yeah.
fashionably late in the Regency era times, I feel like you can't literally be too late because that's that ass disrespectful. But you gotta be like a little bit late to show that you can kind of break the rules and that you're,
Right.
cool enough.
So like he does end up coming in with Jeffrey like near the end of the first dance.
Yes, and Jeffrey is completely changed, different outfit entirely.
Not wearing anything that he owns. He's sort of like, oh, I'm gonna I'm gonna hang on to this.
Expensive.
It's very good.
Mhm.
And I feel like the first dance is like it's quite like is upbeat and like it's just fun. Like the focus is on everyone enjoying themselves, and like I feel like like Ivy and Grace just have like a good time dancing, just like forgetting about things, just like Ivy was saying, and just enjoying the moment, right?
Yeah, I would finish my drink with Angus and then formally go over to Grace, and Ivy's gonna like, may I dance with you? And like try to do all that and then, be focused on that. So I wouldn't even notice that Chauncey came in because we're just having a good time.
Yeah, I like that. I think Grace will definitely play into it and be like, oh my.
So yeah, well, I think maybe even a couple dances depending on like how much time has gone on, but just kind of enjoying
Fair.
like, hey, we're able to let loose a little bit today.
Yeah. And I feel like Grace for her part like has definitely like she doesn't normally drink at all, but she is on this evening. And so she's had a couple of glasses of wine and her face is a little bit flushed. And like when the second dance maybe it is ends, it's like, that when you've just been dancing and you have that like euphoria of just like having fun and being in the moment, and they're probably both out of breath by the time they've danced 2 dances back to back, and then there'll be a break after the second dance so that everyone can catch their breath, because these dances are there's a lot of like clapping and turning and jumping involved. So and so I think just Grace just says to Ivy like, I think we nailed it.
I would say that was probably the best first dance ever in the history of our balls.
I could not agree more. I think I need some water, maybe some more wine.
Same, and I'll hurry over to pour water and wine for us, and maybe at this moment I would catch that Chauncey has arrived.
Yeah. So it's, oh God, this character. I think Chauncey has linked his arms through Jeffrey's, and Jeffrey is no longer wearing whatever stuff they had on before. He is now dressed in like a beautiful silk dress shirt with like maybe like a brown cummerbund, and the jacket is lined with fox fur, or I don't understand the words for coats. The whole thing is a fox fur jacket, and there's even a hat, same pattern as this, that is made out of brown and white fox fur, and it's expensive looking. And
yeah, I imagine that Ash would notice this as well.
Yeah, for sure. I think Ash should be like,
I mean, I'm
gonna
try
see
this punch, Jeffrey.
I'm looking at Chauncey, the linked arms, and then Jeffrey, George. Then I'm catching the fox fur and the coat, and I'm just gonna glance over at Ash to see if Ash has noticed.
which he has, and it's just standing there like,
Music plays on in the background.
yeah.
The entire hall is kind of maybe like in that low murmur where it's like something isn't right, but we're still piecing together what's happening. This punch is so excellent. Jeffrey, I don't know how I haven't met you earlier. You are just a brilliant person, the great conversationalist, and sure, your taste in family is out of your control, but we should really spend more time together.
Jeffrey's just like,
Oh, you go ahead.
drinking, like he's just like drinking. No, not like that. He's like a rambunctious drinker. He's just
Okay.
like, oh, the evening starts once I've had 2 of these.
Oh God, Jeffrey's the worst.
Ivy works so hard on this night. The fox fur is an alarm, but I'm also like, well, that's Ash's friend. So at this moment, I'm just observing the interaction between Chauncey and Jeffrey George and glancing over at Ash. Like, does Ash look upset or anything?
I think it's more bewildered, just like what? I think he would come over and say something to the effect of like, Chauncey, I see that you've met my friend Jeffrey.
Yes.
Cousin.
Yeah, cousin. I'm sorry. I'm just a little bewildered right now. I mean,
Have a drink, Ash. Have another one.
I definitely need one.
He's told me stories. You are a daring child. You actually had personality as a kid. Tell me of your exploits.
A story for another time.
No. I've got my book. I'm ready. I had to borrow this feather from your chambers, but it's fine. Tell me.
Oh, you're writing this down. I've got a good one for you.
Jeffrey,
how about no? Jeffrey, interesting coat. Where? What? How?
Chauncey had it.
Chauncey
Gave it to me.
had it.
I think it looks very fine.
The fur.
Ash, I learned a while ago that if you meet somebody and they may not meet your expectations, if you can still show them kindness, share your clothing with them, then you're absolved of everything and everybody will like you. Something like that.
I hear what you're saying. I'm just going to cut to the point. Do I need to be worried about anything with this fur?
Are you worried because of your little fox?
Yeah.
People wear furs all the time, Ash. Don't be so sensitive.
I know, but this is a little, I just need to, you can put my worries at ease and I'll just go on and enjoy a drink.
I've never hunted a day in my life. These hands are for writing, but Jeffrey, you were telling me that one time you were hunting ducks, geese, gooses.
Well, I don't think that you could have, done anything to make this coat that quickly. So I guess you put my mind at ease.
Jeffrey was telling me how you just need a little bit more of a kick. Was this not a bit of a kick?
It was more of an anxiety attack.
Is there a difference?
Don't
get so worried, Ash. Come on, the second dance is going to start.
Can I hear this? Can Ivy hear this?
Yeah. This is all loud. None of this is private.
Everybody in the room hears it if they're listening.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm standing there with Grace, and so I hand my wine glass to Grace. And as soon as I heard that it was Chauncey's and Chauncey gave it to Jeffrey George to wear, I let Ash talk through stuff, but I'm going to walk over. Is everything all right over here?
Yeah, everything's all right.
I'm gonna put my hand on Ash's arm. Is that really appropriate, Chauncey?
Yeah, I gave clothing to somebody out of the goodness of my heart. How is this not appropriate?
Chauncey, you are not a fool, am I right?
No, of course not.
Did you really think that this was a good idea? I've worked so hard on this night to make it nice for everyone, and you're gonna show up and put Ash's friend in a fox fur coat?
I didn't do this to make you upset.
Who did you do this for? I don't care if you did it for me or for somebody else. You just don't do these kinds of things. What is the goal of this coat? To hurt someone?
To make Ash upset or jealous.
I don't know about jealous. However, I was a bit panicked. I will say that.
I didn't want that.
I mean, I thought you might have,
This is causing a lot of fuss.
No.
I think Jeffrey will take the coat off and sling it on the back of a chair.
Okay, Elwood smells bad, but not. I would never actually. I don't even like to pick them up. He just kind of wobbles. No, okay. Ash, could I just speak with you? Maybe over by I think those are tiny sandwiches.
By the fondue?
No, I'm allergic to fondue. All of it. Just the entire.
For sure. I would actually love to chat.
Yeah. Ivy, I'm sorry.
I'm just gonna get some wine real quick.
I'll talk to you later, Chauncey.
Yeah. Nice dancing.
As they go over to have that conversation, Jeffrey will say to Ivy, "Is he always so sensitive like that these days?"
I don't know what kind of person Ash was when you knew him, but he's a kind person, and being sensitive is nothing wrong. Perhaps there's something wrong with you thinking that he's being too sensitive about a coat that is made of fur of his beloved pet.
Oh, it's nothing to do with his pet. Plenty of dead foxes in the world to make a coat.
Then perhaps you're missing the point. Enjoy your evening.
I think as Ivy turns away, he'll say to her, Chauncey was right. Do you have feelings for Ash then?
Do I know you? I enjoyed our conversation earlier, but I don't think I'm in any mood to really explain myself to you.
Oh, come on, it's a ball. Lighten up.
Perhaps you should smile more as well. Perhaps it's my few glasses of wine, but also I work very hard and this is my night to do what I please. And for once, I'm going to say what I want to say, and I don't have anything to say to you.
I didn't mean to give offense, but he will give her a smile as she turns away.
And I'm going to head back over to Grace and grab my wine glass back and just drink it and try to breathe through it.
Meanwhile, Chauncey and Ash, what's happening over near the little sandwiches?
I was heated. Sorry. Ooh.
Are you okay though? Like as Blessius?
Oh yeah. I'm
Okay.
good.
Okay.
I was like, sheesh. No, yeah.
And I'm trying to really picture. So maybe there's like a couple of chairs. There's obnoxiously ornate, tall backed cushions, upholstered chairs, and Chauncey drags one out and then sits on the side of it. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, Chauncey, I got your letter, and I have to say, no, when I say this, I mean this in the utmost respect. It was a bit extra. I can understand the rival thing, because Jeffrey, when I was younger, we used to be, I guess, rivals. I don't know. We would try to outdo each other all the time, but
It was that Jeffrey. Oh,
that Jeffrey, yes.
Oh.
And, but it was in a friendly manner, and you've always reminded me of Jeffrey. And I will say this, Chauncey, all of my life, I feel like I've had my happiness or anything I enjoy stripped away from me. And
what? How? Why? You've always gotten everything you've ever wanted. Everybody loves and respects you. Everybody looks up to you.
I don't know. I don't know of anyone that looks up to me. That I
look up to you.
What?
You've been at this for so much longer. You're well respected. You know how to tie your shoes impeccably. You could buff a boot like nobody's business. I just half-ass everything and pretend that I do my best. And when I don't, I put it on you because you can handle it. Can't you?
I think I don't, Chauncey, I will say this. I think you are incredible at what you do. And I can't say enough. You remind me of an old friend, and I want you to know I don't know if you want any ill will, but I don't have any ill will for you, and I appreciate everything you've said. It means a lot, and I respect you, and I think you're not giving yourself at all enough credit for what you do. You have the hustle out of everybody in this ballroom put together. So please know, do not ever put yourself down like that. Second, about that letter, if you have any feelings toward Ivy, why, it's a ball. Why not take a big glass of that wine, have a sip, and go talk to her?
Here's the problem. And he's gonna look around and do that conspiratorial leaning in. I don't have any feelings at all. talking to you, you make me angry. I think that's what this is. I'm always upset when I have to deal with you, but I was just somebody I want to spend time with. There's no, hold on. I've got something. There's no, oh God, hold on. I thought I had it ready. There's no feeling of passion or intensity. Like I wrote this yesterday. I don't care if I die tomorrow. I will go right into the ground. Because if I had somebody kiss me, I would do everything. I would stop the world. I would stop time. But that's not what my heart wants. It's what my brain wants. And I know that I can't let you go. Even if I don't know who you are, I just know that I can't let you go. What does that mean? I
mean, it was a beautiful conundrum of a piece.
I want Ivy to be my friend forever, but I think I really messed that up, and I don't know how to repair something that I didn't see. And I thought you were going to get in the middle of all that and make it all worse, and I already have to deal with you as my constant rival. You've always been one step ahead of me. Ash.
If I could say two things. One, you can... Look, people grow, people change, right? And if you want that friendship, and if you feel like you misstepped in any way of that, all it takes is a simple conversation. And sure, if you feel like there's a little animosity or anything, it's just a conversation.
It's like awkward,
but
so awkward.
You can bring fondue. It's an olive branch of cheese. The other thing is,
not see me as your rival.
Well, is that a bad thing? Chauncey, look, I think that I appreciate everything that you have said about me, Chauncey. However, please know, before I met Tom and I worked here, it was a different life and it was a different time and things were difficult. And I work very hard just to keep things nice and easy, because I fear so greatly that it'll all disappear. And the other thing is like, I don't worry. If you became a footman, I would applaud you. I would still probably have a job here. So I don't worry about that. All I want is just to pursue my happiness.
Sure. In the sense of an olive branch, there's like a chance, just a small chance, that the countess might eventually assume you stole letters from her office. It shouldn't really come to that, but she'll definitely never think that it's Ivy, and she might blame her own child, but you might lose your job because of that.
How?
And Chauncey is going to kind of like unload, I think, from the moment they wrote that letter to the countess saying, I would do anything to repay my wrong to you. And then we made the agreement to spy on Victor, which then translated into finding out who stole this very important letter that was going to go to Arthur. Chauncey knew that Ivy stole it, but it had 100% planned to put Ash under the carriage, so as they say, and started to like weave a little bit of that and then backpedaled the last second, blamed Harmonious, but still worries that you might somehow be implicated in the end. And that's how you might not lose your job, but I might have just ruined a child's life. I don't know how to reconcile that. That's terrible, isn't it?
This is something to drink wine about for sure.
Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would say that.
Oh, it's awful. Oh, God.
I hear everything you said.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm going to...
Are you mad? You always say you hear what I'm saying. It just sounds like compassion. Are you mad? Are you pissed off? Do you want to hit me?
No. I need a moment.
Why don't you feel anything, Ash?
I do. However, I'm taking my time. I don't know how to process this right now, and I don't want to. I'm gonna go enjoy a thing of wine and some fondue.
Yell at me. Tell me what I did was wrong.
That's not how I operate, mate. Who around here yells?
Everybody, and like they point to like Miss Crow, who's like shouting at like two people who are dancing a little bit too close together. That's how we deal with our problems. You yell, you express your feelings in paper. You have no feelings, I swear.
I am not an artiste like you who writes magnificent works after another that is just like poetry. I do not like to say words, because when I say words, you cannot take them back. That is something I learned in my life. And I just want to make sure that I articulate well and take my time to just breathe and not have knee-jerk reactions. However, I think that we should talk to Tom Mulgrane, if you would allow that.
Tonight? No, he'll yell at me.
I say we enjoy tonight. Let's not ruin anything of tonight. And we just have maybe 1 or 2 cups of wine just to kind of forget about this for the moment. And we'll deal with this later.
I don't get you. But I'm gonna drink because I don't want to try and understand.
I don't think I'm that hard to I don't know. Well, Chauncey, I will say this. Thank you for, when I say this, don't take this wrong. Thank you very much for entertaining Jeffrey. When I say that, you have been more than hospitable to him. And you did scare me with that coat. I don't know what you're trying to do there, but...
threaten you, make you feel fear, intimidation.
Yeah, mostly, I thought you killed Elwood.
No, I would not kill it.
Why would you buy it? That had to be expensive. I
didn't buy it. I borrowed it from the Fiat Pothos. Had it. Yeah, it's a long story that doesn't really need telling. But I can't even kill mosquitoes. Don't tell Ivy anymore. I told her I got over my fear of bugs, but
what did you expect I would do if I saw it? It's the same color as Elwood.
You know I would never.
I don't. I mean,
you professed it.
I feel like we'll leave him there. Just like going through that cycle of just like riling Ash up and then him trying to cool it down and then him getting riled up again. And speaking of Mrs. Crow and Tom, who were both mentioned in that conversation, I feel like Tom spots Agatha like telling 2 people who are dancing to like stay a little bit further apart, and he'll sort of like quietly kind of slide over next to her. And he'll say to her, Mrs. Crow.
Oh, yes, dear.
We're celebrating this evening. Perhaps they can be allowed for just this one night.
What will I tell the Countess in the morning, though? I said that everybody was going to behave. Everybody. She looks around the room to find Chauncey, Ivy, and Ash. Everybody.
Everyone is behaving, Agatha.
I suppose it's just so hard to relax. And there's plenty of time before, you know. And she pulls out the folded up note. There's time until then.
Well, what did you think? I mean, it was just a suggestion.
It's not a bad suggestion. You know,
I mean, we can workshop it. If you don't want to do the final dance, we could move it earlier or make it.
Could I bend your will to the second last dance? The last one's so complicated and so formal. My hips aren't quite the same anymore.
Oh, yes, it is. It's very complicated, and you know, I know what the Hartford tradition says about the last dance of these things, and I wouldn't want anyone getting the wrong idea. You're right. Let's do the second last dance. That's a fine one. It's a fine one. One of my favorites. A lot of turns, and then there's the bit where you switch and then you switch back. It's one of my favorites.
It is well rehearsed. I do have my good shoes on tonight for this. And I expect you will be as proper as possible.
I'll be a perfect gentleman.
Well, and she takes a sip of her tea, and I think like if Tom kind of peeks inside, it's the color of red wine.
Mm-hmm. And he just gives her like a little bit of a conspiratorial smile.
What they don't know will not hurt them.
Rightly so, Mrs. Crow. Rightly so. And
Now, could you get me another spot of tea? And she like passes her little adorned cup, winks.
Yeah, and he'll take it and like, you know, shake it at her, and like go over to acquiesce. And I feel like we will leave them there, but that's very sweet. Thank you.
Thank you. I needed something good after that. I really needed that.
So up next, we can see Chauncey and Ivy finally, or if you want that to be a bit later in the evening, we could also go for a different scene.
Let's let Chauncey simmer for a little bit.
Good.
Yeah, just for like a scene, yeah.
Then let's do. I think that at this point in the evening, that Grace is going to run into Percival, and I think that what's going to happen is that like. Maybe halfway through the night, Grace will like let Ivy know that she's heard that Arthur's, she knows that Arthur's had a tough evening, and so she's just going to go and check on him. She should be back in like 10 minutes or so, just making sure he's okay. And so she will make her way out of the ballroom and go upstairs to find Arthur, But instead of finding Arthur, she finds Percival, who has come to collect the apology that Arthur has written for the Hartford Herald. The Count has called him over with post haste to come collect it and take a look at it and swear that he will print it. And all those things have been done, and he is now making his way out as Grace is making her way up. And I feel that since Grace got his last letter, she has definitely been avoiding him. Maybe she's been avoiding him for a little bit longer than that. And she is, I think they sort of turn the corner and like see each other, down the corridor, and kind of like do that thing where you stop because you see someone walking towards you and then you recognize them a second later.
Percival, isn't it take a beat? You are a vision tonight.
What are you doing here?
Official business for the Herald. I have to print something special tomorrow.
I think I know what that might be.
Tonight's the ball, correct?
It's the servants' ball, yes. I mean, that's why I'm not looking after 3 children.
Well, you deserve a night off every now and then.
Well, I do enjoy it when I get the opportunity. I received your letter. Have you heard word back yet about the position?
I did. They want me to come up for a chat. I feel like that is probably good news.
That's excellent news. Congratulations. I'm very glad.
I hope you understood with my letter that I wanted to hear your thoughts. If you wanted to accompany me.
Yes, I understood that from your letter. I do not feel I could find time away from work in the coming weeks, but I think it is a marvelous opportunity for you, Percival.
Again, nothing is set in stone, and I have to see where this goes, but I'm going to be headed up to London for just another long weekend.
Good.
I don't want to pressure you, obviously.
No, it's not that at all. I am just sorting myself out. I says this very quietly to him. I have given my notice here.
His eyes widen.
And in truth, I'm considering what I will do with myself, for I wish to have an occupation, Passville, one that I can pursue. Just as you.
Lots to do in London.
Yes. It did occur to me when I received your letter, but I'm unsure about leaving my mother and Arthur. I'm thinking about it.
I know. I haven't decided yet either. Maybe being here is what my calling is, but it doesn't hurt to see what else is out there. I do say, your mother could. We could make arrangements. She could come with us. Does Arthur really need you? And I'm as I'm holding the letter in my hand.
I think that makes Grace laugh. How soon do you need to hurry back for the letter?
We're not a big crew, and so I'm the one who usually does these kinds of things, so whenever I get there is when it'll probably get done.
Right.
But I don't need to leave immediately.
Well, if it pleases you, it's the servants' ball, and we are allowed to invite somebody if we wish, if you would like one dance.
Well, I don't know, that might be kind of hard. I do require 2 dances.
Well, I'm not sure I can promise you 2 dances. Perhaps we'll have to compromise on one dance and a glass of wine.
Maybe this one time.
I'm only joking. You shall have 2, but not in a row.
He puts his hand out for yours.
Yes, and she'll take it and sort of like, she will like be like, oh, I have to check on Arthur, and then she will go check on Arthur, come back, find him, and then and then take his hand again, like, sorry, like in the exact same way, right? Like, as in repeating the movement, and then lead him into the ballroom. Yeah, and I think that might be a good movement to cross over to Chauncey and Ivy, if that's good with you now.
I think it's perfect. Ivy is gonna be... You're not dancing with Grace anymore.
No, I was seething next, just with a glass of wine.
Yeah, yeah. Ash left, I imagine, at some point. You probably went to go do... I mean, you can absolutely be a part of the sin if you want, but...
I feel like Jeffrey has like tried to like summon Ash over again. So
yeah, I
maybe
think
they're
definitely.
talking, yeah.
I think Ash would go to Jeffrey, yeah, for sure.
Okay. Then Chauncey's sitting at like the table with the cupcake faces, and it's just like sluggishly, I don't know if that's the right term, like drinking back wine.
Ivy's like shooting glances over at Chauncey.
Yes, Ivy.
I didn't say anything.
No, but your eyes have. You will not stop looking at me with those I know you did something wrong eyes.
Ivy just stares at Chauncey.
I didn't really do anything wrong. I just... I'm having a hard time sorting out my feelings, what even my feelings are, if I have any, and it's not going great.
You've told me you didn't have any feelings, and so I tried to release you of all of it.
And then I considered what I was losing. But that was the weirdest, selfish part of my brain, because I'm not losing you, I don't think.
You never lost me, Chauncey. I've always been your friend, but you almost refused to see that. Yeah, I could see that. I think I've been caught up in the drama a little bit. There's been a lot of things happening upstairs and downstairs. And I might have told a lot of it to Percival, Mr. Blakely, excuse me. What did you say to Mr. Percival, Mr. Blakely? What you told him, the newspaper man? It doesn't matter.
Yeah. I also might have lost Ash's job. It's not 100% yet. I tried to lie to the countess, and I think we're like maybe not sitting like right next to each other, so like the whisper is like.
When you say that, I'm going. Ivy's gonna move over and sit down next to you. Do you want? Can you repeat that, please?
I lied to the Countess of Hartford. You know, the one that employs us and pays us.
The one who provided the wine tonight and the cakes.
Yeah.
Chauncey, I don't even recognize you anymore. And I don't mean that in a way to hurt you. I don't feel like I know you anymore.
I don't know what's overcome me. I don't know. I got involved and then I started speaking to and then I lied, and then I've just been so upset and I've been frustrated and I haven't had a proper outlet, and writing is just, I think I really messed a lot of things up, like a lot. There's nobody listening. No. Okay.
I can tell that you're scattered, but it seemed very much that you were enamored with this valet position and this writing, and you did get a piece published. That's exciting.
Not under my own name. I can't use my name, Chauncey Chimney, because it's associated with this house. And that's frustrating. I want my words to be read by everybody, and I want them to be recognized as my own. I may not be able to articulate my feelings and my words with what I'm trying to say out loud, but if I write it down, it's something else entirely.
You are a good writer, Chauncey, and you deserve for people to read it. There's just consequences that go along with it, and if you're willing to take those risks, then you should do it.
I don't think I've considered a single consequence, and that's catching up to me a little bit. Just I really think that you've been looking out for me for a very long time, and I might not have had to face the realities of a lot of what I do.
I grew up with you, and I care about you a lot. In a way, I regret not telling you to your face how I felt, but I was already upset. I was already bitter about all of it. I was already holding it against you because you didn't see it. I don't think it would have worked regardless of how you feel now. I don't think that that's something that was meant for us. It was just convenient.
But that doesn't mean I'm going to lose you as a friend, though.
You
right?
never did.
You say that, and yet it was I couldn't talk to you. I felt like you had joined the others, and like I had no more place. I felt othered and ousted.
Chauncey, I put so much of my time and effort in you, and then to be rejected by that, it forced me to look outside and see the conversations I wasn't having before. And then you told me that I couldn't fraternize with certain people, and that just made me rebellious, to be quite honest. Nobody tells me what I can and cannot do.
Yeah, I was feeling mean and jealous. I still feel that way a little bit, but after trying to shout at Ash for a few minutes, not a lot comes from.
He's quite lovely, isn't he?
It's frustrating.
It's not. See, that's the thing. Why does he need to be your enemy?
I felt like I had to have one to function.
But what does that stem from? Is there something that happened that you just haven't told me? That you need motivation by finding the nicest person in this house and making them into a demon? If there's someone you should be upset with, Chauncey, it's me.
Why? No, I ruined your everything. I can't be upset at you.
I will say for a brief moment in time, yes, you did ruin everything for me. But then I realized that what I had put so much on was such short-sighted. It's not what life is about. I deserve for someone to come into this room, sweep me off my feet, we dance off into the evening, and then I realize I'm fantasizing about things that might not ever happen.
I mean, you did really dance with Mr. Beddington. Arthur Beddington.
How did you know that was me?
Like I couldn't recognize you. Come on.
I had a wig on.
I've seen you with all iterations of hair, long, short, that one time that you covered it in, I think it was applesauce, but it didn't really do much. Applesauce and lemon juice?
Hydrate the hair. It didn't work the way that it was intended in the book.
No, you got, but it doesn't matter. Of course
I
recognized you.
I remember the bees.
So I forgot about the bees.
It was sung so many times.
That was really good. Wow. But yeah, so that's, you can do that, I think. That's a possibility. And Ivy, I was so jealous.
Mr. Beddington?
Not everybody thinks Mr. Beddington's attractive. That's nothing out of the ordinary. But what made me feel jealous was that he was paying attention to you. But it wasn't the kind of jealous like you feel when you love somebody, the kind of jealous where I was upset that you didn't tell that to me.
I see. If I'm being completely honest, that was something I did not think was going to happen that night, and I didn't have a chance to talk to anyone. And then after the fact, it felt better to keep it a secret because I could lose my job.
You stole a dress, probably. You stole a dress.
No, I borrowed a dress, and I did have somebody who helped me with it.
And it wasn't me. Did you see what? Again, I'm going to figure out how to feel these feelings, but I should have been the one to help you. That would have been epic.
To be fair, you have been so interested in your own life that I didn't think you cared about what I was doing.
That's fair. Yeah. I have a lot of apologies to make, and I don't even know where to begin. I've just been so focused on my ambitions and my passions that I kind of forgot that everybody around me also has feelings and ambitions. Did you know Ash wants to be happy? That's it. He just wants to be happy.
Is that not what you want? To be happy?
No, I want to be famous. Those are not the same thing.
That is true.
Takes a swig of his wine. Come on.
You really want to be famous? Is it because you want to feel like you left a piece of yourself in this world, or is it because you just want the money and the people admiring you? What is it about fame that you want so badly?
Chauncey opens up that notebook that is always on their person and flips it to, I don't know, maybe like the first page. And it's a well-used book. The leather itself is like the leather that's used on all the iterations of it. Well worn, maybe a little bit of coffee smears, a couple pages have been torn out. And they flip to the very first page. I mean, money is great, but why have money when you can borrow a friend's box for a coat? You know, money doesn't bring me that kind of experience. What I've always wanted is just, I want my words to be remembered. I just want my words to be remembered. That's it.
It might not be in the way that you want, but I remember your words.
That's, I want the good ones to be remembered. The ones about the passion that I've seen in this house, the intrigue, the mystery, the love, the torment, the exile. I can write about all of my feelings. I can't speak any of them or feel any of them, but I want other people to share this and feel it. Like I felt everything while living here.
I had an interesting conversation with Miss Pan earlier about how there's no books about us. Maybe you could write a book about us. Not just you and I, but... And then I gesture to the entire room. All of us. And you could put your name on that. It doesn't have to be about what happens upstairs. Everybody already knows what happens upstairs. What about our stories?
I've never really thought about it like that. I mean, I've written angry pieces about Ash and platonic pieces about you. I really realize how platonic they are when I reflect back on them.
It's okay that you don't like me that way. It hurts.
I hurt you, and I didn't even realize how badly I hurt you. You've been my friend for how many years? And I didn't see a single thing.
It's also unfair of me to just... Obviously, you would notice. That's not fair for me to put that on you. I read too many books, and I read a lot of romance novels, and they paint a picture that's just not true. Even from upstairs, you look at Lady Lydia and Arthur, and all the mix upstairs, everybody's miserable. Nobody has an answer.
Clark. Mm-hmm.
That's just heartbreaking.
Oh, there's been so much in Lord Victor and his ex, late wife.
I'm going to tell you something, and you do not put that in your book.
Okay, he puts it in his pocket. I'm ready.
Lord Victor also has feelings for Arthur, and that's why I saw it. I saw it at the bar, the way he looked at Arthur.
Like feelings, like romantic
It's the way that I used to look at you.
Oh, does Mr. Beddington know? He doesn't strike me as perceptive.
To be honest, the last bit has been such a whirlwind. I was so focused on what I was doing as well that I can understand where you're coming from. Sometimes your story is the most important story.
Mm-hmm. Wow, I really think I might have ruined Victor's everything with my actions as well. Again, I might have been selfish. Oh God, should we interfere? Should we help out Lord Victor? Victor.
Don't you think we've interfered a little bit too much already?
Not
Even
really.
with So what do? We push Arthur into Victor's arms and say, "This is it. You found each other." What plan do we have?
Well, Mr. Beddington's gonna be what was it? A knight? A king? No. A baron? No, the other one. There was some title. There was rumors, and I haven't really nailed that one down yet. But
Don't you think, though? I mean, did you see that Mr. Beddington kissed my hand?
yeah. I also read one of his letters that he wrote to you. I'm so sorry.
What?
Yeah, it was salacious. Does he speak to you like that all the time?
Excuse me, you read my letters.
I was jealous of the things you were keeping from me.
Okay, so which letter did you read?
He just spoke about how he apologized about using your name and then said how good you looked and whatever you were wearing. You wear the same thing every day.
Do you think that I'm just completely on a cloud thinking that he might be interested in me?
Oh, no. No, I've read that. I can't resonate with the feelings, but I definitely, he's, how do they say it in the books? I wrote down something, hold on. His countenance would tell me that he absolutely feels passionate about you, and it's kind of inappropriate considering his station.
But it could be a thing, though, right? I don't know. I don't even know
if you left his employment, then it would be okay.
I'm trying to focus now on what my dream is, and instead of I don't want to just be focused on who could sweep me off my feet, but it's confusing.
Yeah, it was difficult for me trying to navigate love. I couldn't even define the word, and now I'm listening to all of this, and it's terrifying.
Am I upsetting you by even talking about other people?
No, I'm not. Feelings, let me sort that out. I am happy to be included in you talking to me about these things. I don't like to be left out. I don't react well when I'm left out. That's a me thing, and I see that. I'll probably write about it later. But for now, no, I want to help. I want to be involved again. I'm tired of taking my frustrations out on Ash. He doesn't care that I try to spite him.
He doesn't deserve it.
No,
you just have these daggers ready to throw at him.
And Chauncey takes like one more like gulp, empties the goblet or the cup, and like, I never said this, but if there was somebody I looked up to, admired, aspired to, I would like to pretend that it's Victor, but it's probably Ash. He's just good at everything, and that's what I want to do, and I don't know how to do it without messing up. Do not tell him that, don't reiterate it. He doesn't need that kind of confidence.
When I had a conversation with him earlier, he is so optimistic, and I thought that I was.
No. He sees everything at the sunny side. It's weird, and I hate it.
Maybe we should reframe that. Maybe you shouldn't hate it, but maybe it's more of a thing we could all aspire to.
Don't like to admit that I look up to anybody but myself. I was once reading something that said a person should only admire themselves and take in no other inspirations. How am I supposed to do that when there's somebody as impressive as Ash?
Isn't that quite narcissistic? How do you learn anything in life if you only put yourself on the pedestal? You can do no wrong, everything you do is perfect, and you make no mistakes because you have nothing to compare it to.
Yeah. I've got to think on that one. Huh.
We might leave them talking about that, but we can come back to them later in the evening if we would like to. For now, speaking of Ash, I think that I do want to cut into that conversation that Jeffrey was having with Ash while that same conversation is taking place, because I think Jeffrey would say to Ash, like, I hope you're not too rattled or anything about the fur.
Well, first of all, Jeffrey, I can't say thank you enough for being here. Second of all, yeah, that was a bit of a scare because that coat looks exactly like the fur of Mr. Elwood. And you know, I thought the worst thing, and I'm like, why would, you be wearing that during this ball where everyone's supposed to be happy times? And then, Chauncey tries to view me as a rival, or I got a letter saying an enemy, and, I put two and two together. So
right. But you know what it's all about now. It's just a coat.
Yeah, indeed. And now that I know that, please, enjoy the coat as much as you can.
Well, don't you think you better get on with enjoying yourself,
Do you I'm trying to collect my words here. I am trying my best right now. It's just, it seems as if I can't.
Why is that then?
Well, I don't want to divulge. I better have another glass of wine. Would you like another glass? I'll get you one.
Oh yes, I'll have one. And he just like finishes the one that he's holding so that they can have another one.
And there you go. And Jeffrey, I'm so selfish of me for always talking about me. What's going on new with you?
Well, I was thinking, if it doesn't bother you, I might stay here for a few days before I head back.
A few days. Yeah, I mean, I have no qualm with it. I hope you don't mind if I talk it over with Tom just to make sure. Just because, with everything with everyone upstairs, I don't want to ruffle any feathers.
Well, of course, I don't want to get you in trouble or anything. But he kind of smirks when he said that, like, how silly would it be to get in trouble as a 35-year-old?
Yeah, just forgive me, as I really do not want to mess anything up with anything here. For the first time in a very long time, I am beginning to find my happiness, and I'm kind of just a little protective of that. I hope you understand, Jeffrey.
That's no worries. And after all, I was invited by somebody upstairs, so
That's
surely
true.
that's gonna put a bit of influence in my favor.
You know, I did forget about that. I mean, that's
To tell you the truth, I am sort of trying to find right now my next opportunity in life. You know, the next place I'm gonna go, the next thing I'm gonna do. I'm sort of in between.
looking to turn the page to the next chapter.
That's right. Yes, I am.
So what are you thinking? Writing novels? I mean, Chauncey is great with that. I mean, Chauncey reminds me of you.
Well, Jeffrey looks over at Chauncey and is like, I won't take that as an insult or anything, but
No, it is not an insult. No, not at all. You both share the same tenacity and spunk to get what you want in life.
He seems fine, but he's a whole boy.
I think you're misunderstanding what I mean. I mean, he reminds me of you in the way of they don't let anything stop them from attaining what they want in life. They pursue what their dream is. And that's
has he
always,
attained it?
Is that how you view life? I guess, I don't know, maybe I'm stuck in the way of thinking of always progressing to find that dream or that happiness or that thing that you're wanting to obtain, right?
Always progressing forward towards your happiness. That's right. But if you're not making any progress.
Are you insinuating that they're a failure?
No, I'm just poking some holes in the comparison.
I understand. You know, I will say this. In my, since we last seen each other, a lot has happened.
Sure has.
And while I have nothing but love for you, I am not that same rapscallion in the mudfield.
Can I play a resolve token that, as you say, I'm not the same rapscallion in a mudfield? Mr. Elwood trots into this party covered in mud.
Sure, yeah.
That's a resolve token for Mr. Elwood, then?
Oh.
No, I think that's going to go to Ash. You have to deal with the consequences of this.
Oh, yeah. Oh, sheesh. Oh, man.
The guests might start screaming.
Yeah, I think definitely Ash would take like that, look, like Metal Gear Alert sound, just like look and run over to him and know that like if he picks him up, Ash would get muddy, and he'd probably just say, Jeffrey, I have another glass of wine. I'm gonna go take care of this. If anyone says anything, the mud got here is by Muddy Boots. Be right back.
Is that a rat? What's going on?
I feel like much worse than like anyone starting to scream in shock or anything. Like some of the gardeners are like, "Hey, what's the fox doing in here? You think we ought to take care of it?" I
think Ash would just like try to go full, take him like a football and sprint out. Yeah.
They're just calling after him. This your pet fox? Fancy that.
Ash would just be sprinting out.
And there's just like, Jeffrey's just like, well, and we'll like, I guess like just go back to dancing probably.
I almost, how are we for time? Yeah, I almost want, okay, the last few scenes that I want one with Ivy, Jeffrey, and Chauncey, and then I want a scene with Chauncey, Ash, and Tom.
Mm-hmm.
Those are my demands.
Mm-hmm. That sounds good. That sounds good. Let's put forward any last scenes we'd like to see so that we can make sure we get them. We've got those two in mind. Is there any other?
I would love for Angus to passively aggressively like clean up the mud. Just be there, just there, like, what the? Who tracked in all this mud over here? Is anyone gonna? I guess I'm the help. I guess, and he just, you know.
Oh, I love that visual. That's great.
Perfect. Are there any other scenes that the two of you would like at least?
I'm trying to think if we did want a Percival and Grace thing, but I think that we.
No, I was thinking that as well. So
okay.
let's do it. I feel like just a brief scene at the end of the night. I feel we probably need that.
Okay.
So yeah, let's circle back around to them as well at the end. I think we have time. We've got time. We can do it. Awesome. Cool. Well, that gives us a lot to do. If we at any point we have extra stuff, we can always add that in. Let's start. Actually, B, your choice. You want to start with Ivy, Jeffrey, and Chauncey, or Ivy, Chauncey, and Tom?
Let's do the Jeffrey one while that's still fresh in my brain.
That sounds good. And since Ash has left, and Jeffrey is just like looking around for something to do or someone to dance with.
And Ivy and Chauncey have kind of like they've had more than a few glasses of wine. They've more or less reconciled the immediate kind of problems within their friendship and set up a path to being better friends, whether or not they remember it later. So I kind of imagine the two of us kind of like stumbling amiably towards Jeffrey, and Chauncey's gonna be like, is that coat warm? Is that warm, that coat? Is it just, you look awful in it. I'm so sorry. You look awful in every Ivy, this is Jeffrey George. This is Ivy Stewart.
We've had the pleasure to meet already.
I left your coat on the chair. I hope you don't mind. Seem to be getting Ash
did it
the wrong way.
Yeah, was he pissed at you? What did it work? Was he mad?
Oh, you know him.
Just anxious. Mostly just anxious.
Ivy elbows Chauncey.
But that would be terrible. I would never want Ash to feel bad.
Where is Ash?
Yeah, speaking of Ash, why aren't you together? Isn't that why you came here to hang out with your cousin?
Oh, he went off after that little fox. I'm sure he'll be back.
Where are you staying? With Ash? Is he paying for everything? What? Sorry, I've thought of all these questions and I realized I accosted you when I first met you and I told you too much. What? Why do you like theater?
Sure.
Ivy and I could take you to the theater.
A good comedy?
Yes.
Get everyone laughing?
Do you have a good sense of humor, Jeffrey? You don't seem like you have a very good sense of humor. You know who sometimes has a good sense? Ash can, well, sometimes, no, the jokes are always bad. No.
It's a matter of perspective of who's hearing the joke. I think Ash is quite funny.
Jeffrey, did you answer any of the questions I asked? I tuned out for a second.
You might have had too many.
No. Are you enjoying Hartford? Is it nice here? The weather has been so splendid. We're inside, so I guess it doesn't super matter. That's fine. Are you enjoying the weather, Mr. Jeffrey?
Jeffrey will look at Ivy. How's Ivy's intoxication level relative to Chauncey?
Chauncey's definitely more drunk than Ivy.
Like angry drinking.
But Ivy's very loosened up because you know when you have like 2-3 drinks, but still upset at the way that Jeffrey talked to her earlier.
I think that like Jeffrey's kind of just amused by the situation. And he sort of like leans back against the wall and he's like, lovely weather, I suppose.
Yeah. What kind of weather is it where you come from? Are you from London? No, you have no fashion. Are you from like I know any other names?
Is this your attempt to insult me in some kind of way? Or is this your normal behavior when you're when you've too many cups in? Is this what your friend is normally like? Gesturing, like asking Ivy.
Chauncey asks a lot of questions. I'm also a bit curious as to why you're here. I just...
Well,
Like
I got an
bad
invitation from Lady Lydia herself. Said I could visit Ash anytime I wanted.
What?
Did you not think when you put that coat on that it would be upsetting to your friend from childhood?
Yeah, didn't you think of that?
If Chauncey had a pet fox and someone walked up to me and said, put on this coat that I just met, I would not put on a fox fur coat and then talk to Chauncey.
Yeah, you fell for my traps. I think they were booby traps.
All right, everyone is making a big fuss over this.
Maybe not. Because you're the one who made a choice. Yes, Chauncey brought you a coat. You could have said no.
You could have said no. You didn't even say, you said nothing. You said, no, oh, you might have said, I don't think you said anything.
Did you grow up on a farm? Ivy? Chauncey? Either of you grow up on a farm?
Yes, I did, actually.
Yeah.
Well, there you have it. Did you ever have a cow that you really liked? Or a pig you were fond of and you used to come every day and say nice things to it and then, you know, gave it a name perhaps? You called it Maisie or Bessie? And then you really liked it.
Philosophy? Is this philosophy?
No, I believe what you're getting at is that the day comes when you have to say goodbye.
Oh, I think.
But here's the
It's all
thing,
well and
we're
good to
not
have
on
a
a
pet.
farm.
You don't need to be so sensitive about it.
You keep saying that.
Did we gloss over the fact that he was invited by Lady Lydia? Our Lady Lydia, Lydia of Hartford, the lady, the lady. You what? How are you so cool? That doesn't make any sense. Look at you.
If you'll excuse me, I think I'd rather enjoy my night than talk to you two presently. You seem to have some
Ivy.
sort of thing against me, although we've just met.
Ivy, did I say something wrong? Did I?
You could accost them with a lot of questions right out the gate and make them change their outfit, and you are insulting them over and over again. I feel like I'm just asking very benign questions, if I were to say.
Benign, like a bagel.
Yeah, he's gone, I think.
I think we got off on the wrong foot. I should try again tomorrow. Definitely.
I don't think you should talk to him anymore.
He's Ash's friend. I should try and at least be a friend with one of Ash's cousins. If I can't be friends with Ash, I can be friends with Ash's cousin. I think that's the logic.
There's something off with him.
It's as off. He mixes the worst pattern, the terrible patterns that should never go together. Brass and silver buckles. Who would mix the two?
It's not about fashion, Chauncey. You gave him a fox fur coat and he said, yes, this is a good idea. And he put it on and he showed up to the party. That is the thing that I'm stuck on. And then he doesn't like to be questioned about it. At my ball, it's not my ball, but you know what I mean. My ball, drinking my wine, which I know it's not my wine, but the audacity, really.
The audacity.
And of all people, I don't believe Ash deserves to be treated that way. And because they have history, that is what I'm concerned about.
Did you know Ash was a ruffian as a kid? A teen, perhaps?
Yes.
The audacity.
Are you missing the point right now, Chauncey?
I think so. I think I'm gonna go dance. Yeah, this was great. Ivy, I missed you. I think I'm sorry. I don't know what anymore for.
We're gonna have to work on your apologies, but we're good for now.
Yeah. I'll clean up too. Is it time to clean? Oh,
No, just go dance. Go dance.
Okay. And then Chauncey's gonna go wander off. Probably
Ivy.
dancing occasionally too close to Jeffrey every now and then.
Ivy's going to go look for Ash, is what she would be doing.
Yeah, let's follow her towards Ash. Is he? Where did Ash go when he picked up Mr. Elwood?
I think he probably went to his quarters, and he's probably muddied up. So he's probably taking the clothes that he had And they're probably they're the nice clothes, so he's like probably having a little bit of a panic, like, oh my geez, all these nice clothes are muddied up. And then like, oh, I have to go get towels to clean Mr. Elwood. And then I'm sure that took some time.
Yeah, I think by the time Ivy finds him, he's got the towels and he's cleaning Mr. Elwood, and Elwood's like, yay, this is great.
Yeah.
I'm getting a towel rub. Looks so happy, in complete contrast to like Ash.
Yeah, Ash would definitely be a little not perturbed, but not the happiest.
Oh, did he find a puddle?
I guess he did, and he made a grand entrance into the ball. And well, at least we know he's alive and not a fur coat.
Yes, I know Mr. Elwood is yours, but I was quite upset about that.
It is. It's confusing to say the least, because the coat looks quite similar to someone else's coat. Isn't that right, Mr. Elwood?
Well, I just thought I would check on you. I saw Angus cleaning up something, and then
I'm sure he enjoyed doing that, but hopefully the wine eased his pain doing so.
Are you okay?
Am I okay? I mean, weird night.
I'm gonna just maybe it's the wine. It could be the wine. I'm just gonna say it. I do not like your friend, Jeffrey George.
Yeah, he I mean, please don't pass any judgments. I haven't seen him since a kid, and yeah, please, I beg you, don't pass any judgments. I'm still catching up with him, and I think it's a treat for him to visit. However, it was a surprise for him to drop out of thin air. I mean, kudos to Lydia to invite him. But I don't know how she found of him.
Did he show you the letter?
Yeah, I couldn't believe it myself.
Ivy's gonna take a seat if there's an open spot. A friend doesn't do that.
Do what?
Put on a fox fur coat. After I'm presuming Jeffrey met.
Of course.
Elwood.
I mean, he, when I was growing up, I had a pair of dogs, and the way I thought is this house is their house, and I knew a few friends, at the time, that weren't the best of dog lovers. And so, it's one of those things where it's just like, okay, I understand you not liking the pet, or, having, phobias or whatever. But at the same time, it's the pet's house. But at the same time, it's also, not my house. It's, not our house. It's, the Grange's house. But, it is, I don't know the words to say it, but it is icky, I guess.
Yes.
Not thought out, or they just weren't thinking, and that's what I would like to think.
I know that you try to find the best in things. I'm just saying, as someone who didn't pay attention to a lot of things that I should have in the past, and I don't think that someone who's come back into your life out of nowhere and wears a fox fur coat the night that you reconnect, there's just something about it I don't like.
I would hope that it was not done out of anything malice, or I just hope that they weren't thinking.
I don't mean to make it uncomfortable for you. It's probably the wine that I'm just.
No, I totally
10.
understand. I truly hope that they were just not thinking. I mean, if you think about it, taking that carriage ride here, all that time, and then all of a sudden, everything being thrust upon you with the ball. Plus, Chauncey was probably insistent on wearing the coat, right? So
that is true. Chauncey is very persuasive.
Indeed, yeah. I mean, I tried to think that it wasn't anything malice. I will say at the time I was a little heated and I tried to cool myself off. But at least we had a nice reminder of Mr. Elwood being alive and all well. Isn't that right, Elwood?
Do you need any help with this?
No, I'm going to finish this up, and I guess I will put a change of clothes on and be out in a bit later. I hope that you can save some wine for me.
Okay. Would it be too far to ask, would you dance with me?
Dance with you? I will say I have 2 left feet.
I'm not much of a dancer myself, but I'm sure we could figure it out.
I would love that.
All right. If you need more towels, there's some in the hall. I tucked them. They're the good towels. They're tucked on the bottom. So if you need some better ones, they're there.
Gotcha. I will do that. Expect me to wear the fluffy purple shoes.
Yes. Well, now that the mud portion of the evening is out of the way, hopefully there will be nothing bad to befall them.
Hopefully no more mud.
And I will I was going to take her leave, and then there's probably little muddy footprints in the corridor area, so she's going to just take a towel and like wipe up the path of the little footprints of Mr. Elwood.
Ash would appreciate that because Ash would probably have to clean that. Like, would have to clean that, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go from there while Ivy is heading back to Percival and Grace. This is sort of, I imagine this is not actually the end of the servants' ball, but rather like Percival has to actually at some point head back and, actually do this work because this needs to be printed as soon as possible. So it's after the 2 dances and a little bit more time has elapsed. And I think Grace is like walking him out through the gardens.
Well, that was fun.
It's been a long time since we did something like that.
I have to say, coming tonight, I thought it was just going to be work, but it turns out to have a little bit of, I don't know, joy as well.
Speaking of work, can I ask you a question?
Of course.
With Arthur having his new title, I know the papers will be printing all kinds of things about him. Will the Herald, is there anything I should know about?
Just out of character, does Grace not know that I have an apology?
Oh, she knows about that, but she also knows that currently all the papers are racing to print as much dirt on Arthur as they can.
Are you asking me that I don't paint Arthur in a poor light?
I know it would sell more papers, especially after yesterday's events. This evening's events. But is it too much to ask?
I like Arthur well enough. I do feel like I have my own exclusive by what I was given this evening. So, at least for this evening, I can make promises, but if there is news to tell, I have to tell it.
I understand. If you do, can you write me first?
If anything ever does come up, you will be the first to know, and you will not find out at breakfast the next day.
Thank you.
But just know now I do not have any plans to print anything besides this letter of apology.
Percival. I don't think I've ever asked you this because I've been thinking so much about what I would say to you, but what is there any reason why you would not want me to say yes? Are there any circumstances that would change your mind?
Percival is thinking back to what Chauncey told him in his office. There is one. I already know that there is another. One that lives in this house. If I was a second fiddle, I would not want to be that for you. But if all avenues have been exhausted with the person you care about who lives here, then I guess what I'm trying to say is I don't want you to be with me because I'm your last option. I want you to pursue your heart and truly do what's happy for you. I don't want you to choose me because I'm the last chance.
If I accepted you, not because you're the last chance, but because I wish to, and yet I could not banish the feelings that exist from my heart, would you still want that or not?
Would there be a part of your heart that did belong to me?
I would not say yes if we're not so.
If there's anything about me is that I feel quite okay with how things are between us. The only thing that I was not or would not be okay with is that if you sacrificed yourself for a life that you didn't want to live, and you didn't truly go for what your heart wants, is there someone here that you would run after into a dark forest with no shoes on and there's thorns everywhere? Because if there is someone, I'd rather you chase them into the dark forest instead of wander a nice grassy path with me.
Sometimes in the forest, which is dark and full of thorns, you can lose your way, end up hurt, end up without anything in your grasp. It's a choice not to want that too, Percival.
I suppose I will always be there with a torch. I want for you to not lie to yourself if there's something you want more than me. Same as I would never do that to you.
The time I have taken in replying to you is for that purpose. So that when I give my answer, it will be the truth.
I have waited so long for you, Grace, because I truly do love you.
Look, it's your carriage. Yay. She's sort of like, this conversation is getting a bit much for her.
Percival's smile that is usually like kind of plastered on his face. You can see it drop a tiny bit. But yes, my carriage is here. You will not see any gossip or salacious details in the paper tomorrow from my paper. And you just let me know. And I will let you know when I hear back from London.
I'm sorry, Percival.
He will reach out and squeeze your hand and then get into the carriage.
Yeah, she'll watch him go and the carriage sort of pull off out of the driveway. Then go wonder about the garden for a bit. Meanwhile,
if anybody has a monologue token they wanted to play on Grace or Percival, Kyle, bless you.
Yeah. I was just thinking that.
Oh, totally.
Yeah, I would like to use my monologue token.
so you can't actually play monologue tokens on secondary characters. So it's only played on major characters. Yes.
Oh, that's horrible.
Yes.
Oh.
I'm crushed. I'll just have to daydream and fill in
So
the
we'll
blanks.
never know what Percival is thinking unless he writes a long letter about it or something like that.
Oh my gosh. What about, is Grace a main character?
Yes, Grace is a main character. Yes. So we can.
We're
do
also
Grace's
right at the end,
monologue.
but that's entirely up to you.
Well, I do want to circle back around to that last scene before we have to finish, but I will do this 1 minute monologue.
Thank you.
Which is, I think, very simply just like, I have been awful to him. I have been simply dreadful. And yet he has always been so nice and so kind to me. And even though he says that he would accept me as long as part of my heart was his, I don't know if I could do that to him. I don't know if it would be right. And yet I would not tell him to wait again, and so if that's the choice I made, I must shut that door forever, and apparently I could not do so, or I would have done already. I think the reason why I cannot say is because I do not yet have anything that is mine. I have resigned my post here, which never felt like it belonged to me in the first place, and I have nothing to replace it. Perhaps when I have something that is mine, my choice will be more clear. And that's the really quick monologue. All right,
beautiful. Thank you.
Let's circle back around for Ivy, Chauncey, and Tom. V, you had the idea for the scene, so tell us what's going on.
Yeah, I think Katie had mentioned that she did want a scene with Tom, and I just really wanted to push that, but I cannot remember why.
Oh, okay.
And
yeah, a scene with Tom was mentioned.
Or did I mix that up with Ash?
I was thinking, was it Ash?
I think it was Ash who mentioned Tom.
I think it was. Oops. I mean, Ivy, you are more than welcome to.
I can be tangentially there if we want.
Did you want to see that scene with Tom, Kyle, or?
For sure, I would love that. I mean, yeah.
I think this will be at the. And by the way, if there's anything like that we think of between weeks, and we're like, oh my god, we didn't get to see that, and that sucks. We are actually going to start next session with the very end of the Servants' Ball, so we do have like a little bit of leeway there.
Okay.
So, yeah. So let's just end tonight on. Once again, we will end on Tom and Ash. Yeah. I feel like Tom is like noticed Ash when he comes back into like after cleaning up Mr. Elwood and comes back in, and then he has a dance with Ivy. We may see more of what that is like next week, or perhaps not. Tom's dance with Agatha, has a good time, but I think he is a little bit worried about Ash in the back of his mind, and so he'll come over and find Ash.
Tom, nice to see you. I saw that you had a dance with Miss Agatha, Miss Crow.
Well, you know, Ash, we're old friends.
Oh, old friends. Well, I hope that you had a great night, and I hope that you enjoyed some of the wine, or maybe some of the kind gift that Chauncey gave you earlier.
So are you making exit?
A fox that was covered in mud definitely did not come in here at all.
You seem out of sorts.
Out of sorts. Is that how you would say it? I mean, I would say that kerfluffled is the word.
Well, you seem kerfluffled.
indeed. Yeah. I mean, I know that you know of Jeffrey George, but I haven't seen him since I was 13, and they just suddenly appear. And, at the time, it was kind of weird. Chauncey and Jeffrey, best friends, all of a sudden, a coat that looks like Mr. Elwood. It was a moment. It was a moment. And I have to say, it was a relief to see that little fox sprint through here covered in mud.
Jeffrey mentioned that he asked if he might stay a few days with you. I told him I'd have to check with you first, but the way things have gone, do you want me to send him down to the village?
It's funny because I wanted to talk to you about that, because it is, I mean, I have nothing but love for Jeffrey. And if it is all right with, you, I would not mind them staying. If that is all right. I mean,
it's within the rules of the house if it's only for a few days for a family member. But if you did want me to send him down to the village, I wouldn't tell him it was you that said that.
No,
I'd tell him it was right against the house rules.
I appreciate you, Tom. I really do. But no, Jeffrey is family, and if given the opportunity, I would love for them to stay, and I would love to reconnect with them more. And I'm sure the coach was. I do things without thinking all the time, so I can only assume that's what it was.
Looks over at Jeffrey, who is like this in the middle of a dance, giving it like his all clearly drunk. He doesn't seem like the sort of man who thinks a lot before he does things, does he?
It took me a long time to think before I spoke, so I can only imagine people thinking before they act.
Is anything else troubling you?
You ever feel like things are too good, and all of a sudden you're just waiting for the negativity or the negative or the lemon to be thrown at you?
That's the same thing you said to me when I asked you last night, Ash.
Is it? Well, that's me. I guess I'm trying to be the most optimistic person I can be, but I'm just waiting for the floor to drop out.
The floor's not going anywhere.
Hopefully not.
All right. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to.
I have to say, I will say this, Tom. You already know how I feel about you, and I want you to have the greatest night. And I would love to share a drink with you later tonight, if possible. Is there anything in your life that you wish that you could, it's silly because you can't, and why would you waste the time on thinking about it? But if you could turn back time, would you ever take back something you said to somebody? But it's impossible. And so that thing haunts you every day, every single day.
Let's have a drink later.
I would like that.
And he'll sort of like clap Ash on the back and go to enjoy the last dance. And that's where we're going to leave it for today. But like I said, the ball is not over. We will start next session. It's very tail end.
All right. Well, thank you all for that lovely story. But as Haley said, it is not over. We still have so much more to tell. So if you have been enjoying this, you can head on over to our Patreon and support us over there at patreon.com/roll4, where not only do you support our lovely cast, but you also get some really cool rewards in exchange for those. For instance, we have the Ascension custom magic items out, as well as our monthly recap is coming soon, and we will have new Eaton Grange letters for you out this Friday. And of course, if you're Legend tier and above, you get access to our private GM session, and you become a supporter. And today's supporter is Thunder Cabbage. So thank you so much to Thunder Cabbage for supporting us here. And of course, to our sponsor, Roll20, who helps us do all of the amazing dice rolling and maps and crazy algorithms and stuff that we do over on our Ascension show. And of course, if you are a Twitch subscriber right here, you can sub to our channel and get access to the videos in advance, as well as some emotes. And if you're a YouTube member, you get access to some of those emotes as well. And whether you're a YouTube member, Twitch subscriber, or a patron, you get access to our private Discord, where I'm certain we'll be discussing lots of hot and spicy things after today's episode, as well as what's to come in the future of Eaton Grange. And we know that not everyone can support us in a monetary way, and we, of course, want you to take care of you and your family first. So if you're looking for free ways to support us, some of the best ways to support us are watching us live right here on Twitch, making clips while we're live. You could possibly see those clips featured over on our Twitter and Facebook, which you should definitely head on over to and like, share, retweet, and comment. We have a lot of cool stuff over there. And of course, you can watch over on YouTube, subscribe, like, and comment. And I would love for our cast to tell you guys where you can see them at, because not only are they amazing right here on Roll For It, but they do some really cool stuff on their own channels and other channels. So I will toss it around. We'll start with Ashbed, played by Kyle Blessing. Where can people find you at when you are not just being the sweetest bean?
I appreciate that. Yeah, Twitch and YouTube at Blessius, Instagram at Blessius Plays, Twitter Kyle Blessing, and TikTok Blessius. And I want to say thank you to everyone that supported our St. Jude stuff. For that, I had no eyebrows, so don't think I'm weird for not having eyebrows.
Oh my God. Okay. I couldn't figure out what was wrong with your face. That's amazing. I did not clock the lack of eyebrows at all. I'm like, maybe you always wore glasses?
I think
you have eyeliner before?
You have a pretty
like,
defined brow line, so I feel like it's not as obvious.
Huh.
I think by next week I should have them back, maybe at least halfway. 2 weeks they should be good, right?
I don't know. I've never shaved my eyebrows off. Maybe in the 90s I plucked them really thin because that was the thing to do.
Luckily I shaved, didn't pluck. I did almost wax, but I'm glad I didn't do that.
All right. And of course, next up we've got Ivy Stewart and Percival Blakely, played by Play Katie Play. Where can people find you at when you're not making us all swoon, and then also writing just letters that keeps making us go, aww?
They can find me on Twitter at Play Katie Play or Twitch at Katie Peters Plays. I play a lot of content that's a lot different than like what Ivy would have probably play. I play a lot of horror games and stuff. So if you want to come hang out with me, I've been doing that. Been doing a lot of podcasting lately, and yeah, just been busy, but doing lots of fun stuff. So just follow me on Twitter and on Twitch if you want to keep up with the things that I'm getting up to.
Awesome. And then we have Chauncey Chimney and Agatha Crow. Where can people find you at B Zelda when you are not making things spicy by putting on some fur coats and, of course, dancing with, someone you might have had an affair with?
A married man?
Well, he was married, not anymore.
Right? Yeah. Still the tea of it all, and I love it. So when I'm literally not playing Chauncey, because that character is so flawed, so flawed. I can be found on Twitter. I'm a podcaster, TTRPG streamer, and the community manager for D&D Adventures League. I am on Twitter as @B_Zelda. Add an extra underscore to follow me on Instagram, and remove all of the underscores to follow me on TikTok.
All right. And last but not least, where can people find you to our wonderful facilitator, Haley, aka Story Brewers, when you are not playing all of the other characters, including our newest one, who everyone is very sus about, Jeffrey George?
can't a cousin just arrive out of nowhere and be yes, you can find me or us around the internet at Storybrewers Role Playing. You can find all our games, including this one, at storybrewersroleplaying.com.
Okay, I wasn't sure if that was the end of your sentence. All right, and with that, we will bid you all farewell for this evening as we're off to record an after show, and we will see you next week with the full entire cast for the next 3 episodes. So prepare yourself a big cup of tea for next episode and prepare for what's in store.